Welcome to the Larkspur Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, February 28th. Jackie, could we please have a roll call?
Yes. Chair Chalmers?
Present.
Vice Chair Swisher?
Present.
Commissioner Williamson?
Present.
Commissioner Campbell?
Present.
Commissioner Wagstaff?
Present.
Right, the record will show that all commissioners are present and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Jackie. So let's start and see if there's any public comments on any item which is not on the agenda tonight. Do we have anyone in the public that would like to speak on any item that's not listed in the formal agenda? I don't see any hands up. I don't know if you do, Jackie. No. Okay, thank you. In that case, are we able to hear a planning director's report?
I believe the planning director is going to be joining us momentarily. She is having technical difficulties at the moment. I do not believe that she had any report for this evening. The only new news in the community development department is that our senior planner, Alex Ozon, has officially started with the city as of yesterday. And we're very excited to have him on board.
Good. So we'll dive right into the public hearing. We have just one item on the agenda tonight, but there's a lot of people in our audience. And so if we could just start with the staff report, please. And I believe this is being presented by Sean Kennings.
Good evening, Chair Chalmers, members of the commission. My name is Sean Kennings. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Great. Tonight's hearing is a public hearing for the Magnolia Village project. I'm going to give a presentation. I'd like to be brief, but I do believe there is a lot to go over and many questions from the community, so I will do my best to explain things, after which the applicant will have a presentation. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to review the proposed project for a new mixed-use commercial and 20-unit residential condominium townhome development on Magnolia Avenue in North Larkspur at the corner of Magnolia and Estelle. You'll be reviewing the project relative to the goals and policies of the general plan, the housing element, and the required findings for design review. You'll conduct a public hearing, hear comments from the public, and then ultimately make the decision to approve the resolution for conditional use permit, a design review permit, a density bonus, slope and hillside development permit, a circulation assessment, a permit, a tentative map, and the CEQA exemption. I'll go through some of the background of the project before I get into it. So again, the project site is here, North Magnolia, between 1133 Magnolia and 1169. There are 3 buildings, 2 of which are somewhat vacant. The third has the rustic bakery, a salon and a barbershop, and a frame shop. Total 71,000 square foot property, with about 22,000 to 23,000 of it being a hillside and wooded side area to the south and upslope of the flat area. The general plan is neighborhood commercial. The current zoning is C2 commercial, which allows residential over ground floor commercial units via a use permit. As you can see in this diagram, much of the parking that's attributed to the site is allocated within the Magnolia right-of-way, here, here, and here. Going back through this project, there was a study session 2 years ago in June of 2021, and the applicant held a public workshop last summer in June of 22 to go over the potential and the concepts. Here's the site looking from the corner of Magnolia and Estelle looking east. And here's the site looking sort of north, southwest along Magnolia. This is the Rustic Bakery here. Here's the Gravity Salon. The proposed project is 20 residential condominium townhomes, including 4 affordable units on the flat, disturbed area of the site, which is approximately 1 acre in size. The tentative map includes subdividing the property into 2 lots. On lot 1 will be the construction of 5 buildings, 3 and 4 story residential buildings with corner retail units, approximately 1,488 square feet at the corner of the front buildings along Magnolia. Lot 2 would house the renovated and remodeled Rustic Bakery building with an open plaza adjacent to it for dining for the Rustic Bakery. As I mentioned before, the project includes density bonus considerations of concessions and waivers, which I will get into in a second, which allow for reduced setbacks, extensions of height, and reduced parking. Also included in the project is new landscaping, new private and public open spaces, and on and off-site parking spaces. And last is the construction of a soil nail retaining wall to stabilize the hillside. Soil nail in this instance refers to what are called tiebacks, which are directionally drilled stabilization infrastructure to hold back the wall. Here's a site plan. As you can see, there are 5 residential buildings with an internal circulation. There are 20 townhomes. There are 4 affordable units. Again, retaining the Rustic Bakery building on the east side of the project with an enhanced facade and a 1,500 square foot public plaza. The project includes 36 parking spaces for the residents in ground floor garages. There are 2 guest spaces on lot 1. Lot 2 would include 8 existing employee parking spaces, 4 new parking spaces in front of the Rustic Bakery building, and then the retention of 18 spaces, both in the right of way and constructed along Magnolia and Estelle. And in addition, the soil nail retaining wall, which you can see here behind the project facade and along the backside slope of the project. The project is requesting several entitlements: a vesting tentative map for the lot plan and the condominium plan, a conditional use permit to allow residential over commercial, and to allow stores and shops greater than 5,000 square feet, as well as outdoor dining. The project also requires design review for new projects, a slope and hillside development exclusion permit for essentially a sloped lot with development on that slope, and a circulation assessment permit, which is a result of the traffic study that was done for the project. Just recently, staff and consultants hired by the city confirmed that a circulation assessment is required, even though the focused traffic study does not result in any discernible traffic impacts. And then lastly, the density bonus waivers and concessions, which are applied to this project through the state housing laws, which afford the concessions and waivers to the development standards. Speaking of those state laws, this is a very important part of this project. Recently, state laws for housing and CEQA have been adopted and amended, which are changing the legal status and significantly reducing the city's discretion to condition or deny projects. Specifically, the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, which allow the applicant, should they provide the required amount of affordable housing, to have certain protections. Pursuant to SB 330, the applicant went through a preliminary application process in October of 2021. In doing so, they are afforded the development standards and the policies in place at that time. So although the Larkspur general plan and housing element and development code has not changed since October 2021. The law of the land is essentially the general plan and the municipal code that was enacted at that time. And as such, the city cannot use anything that is not an objective development standard. They cannot use subjective standards, cannot use guidelines, cannot use design review determinations to reduce the proposed units or the density of the project. Following that, the applicant made a submittal in November 2021, and that was actually deemed complete at the beginning of this month. With that state density bonus, because of the 4 affordable units, the applicant is afforded or entitled to an additional density bonus, which they are not requesting, which effectively would allow them to build up to 46 units on this property if they so choose, which is in range with the 21 units per acre in the Larkspur General Plan, 1990 General Plan. However, part of the density bonus allows the applicant to apply for concessions or incentives and waivers. A concession or incentive is a reduction of a required development standard that would financially preclude the applicant from building the project. In this sense, the applicant is requesting a concession from the general plan's requirement that ground floor commercial is required for and residential above. The applicant has demonstrated through their economic plan that in order to build to the development standard of ground floor commercial, we would require significant infrastructure improvements and parking that would make this project infeasible. The applicant is also afforded unlimited waivers to the development standards. By including the affordable housing, the project is seeking a reduction to the applicable development standards for maximum FAR, floor area ratio. The development code for Larkspur requires, or it exempts floor area for residential above commercial up to the second floor. Since there is no definition for residential above the second floor in the code, they are afforded this waiver to that requirement. They're also afforded the requirement, the development height requirement of 25 feet. The project is proposed at 54 feet. And they're asking for setback standards, relief from the setback standards for the side and front yard, and the commercial parking requirements. In addition to the commercial parking requirement waiver, they are also applying the parking ratios as defined in the government code 65915P, which is applied to residential uses. I'll go really quick through the project design because I know the applicant has a presentation that they will explain. This is building A at the corner of Estelle and Magnolia. As you can see, there are ground floor units, retail at the corner of Magnolia and Estelle, 3 floors of residential above, and then roof decks and a mezzanine room on the 4th floor. Here in this graphic, you can see that the affordable units are here at Plan 1 that do not have a roof deck or a 4th floor. This building is also the same for building B. If you flipped it, it would be a mirror image. So you can see the garages in the back, planters in the front, and here you can see the retaining wall behind building A. Here are the elevations for building C and D, the rear buildings, internal, they are squatter, shorter. The applicant has informed the city that they could not include roof decks or 4th floor on this because of the circulation limitations for emergency access on the internal part of the project. Here's the elevation for building E. This is along Estelle at the south side of the project. Again, ground floor entrances, 2 floors of residential, and then a 4th floor with roof decks and a mezzanine. And you can see the soil now retaining wall behind it. Here's a quick elevation of the renovated rustic bakery building, generally keeping the same facade, making some minor improvements, and creating the patio plaza to the west of the building. This slide shows the unit type and the affordable distribution. There are 6 different types, unit types in the project. You can see the 4 affordable units. I believe the dark orange are the moderate, and the dark or the yellow are the low income units. And these units are smaller than the market rate units. This slide shows the parking plan. Blue shows the ground floor garage units for the residential, including 2 guest spaces. Yellow shows the existing and/or retained spaces on site for rustic bakery. And then the orange shows 18 spaces along Magnolia and Estelle that are in the right of way that'll either be recreated or retained as part of the project. The total parking plan, I believe, is 36 plus 18. I think it was 72. Is that right? 68. Sorry. The landscape hydrozone plan. The majority of the landscaping will be trees, street trees, or trees within the front setback for the residential units along Magnolia. This slide also shows some of the retention basins, biofiltration planters along the backside of the property, and in the planters along the front of the residential units. Here's a visual simulation of the project looking southeast along Magnolia at the Magnolia-Estelle intersection. And here's another visual simulation looking southwest along Magnolia. This slide indicates the retaining wall. Once it's completed, it will be a faux rock wall, concrete, scored concrete, stained to look natural. There's many examples of these types of walls throughout Marin County. One I can think of offhand is the retaining wall between Green Beret and San Rafael as you're coming over Highway 101. At its highest point, the wall will be 39 feet near the rear of Building E, and it slopes down to a taper on either end near the rustic bakery, patio, and near Estelle. The retaining wall was peer reviewed by the city's geotechnical engineer, as well as the Department of Public Works. The project also includes a preliminary construction management plan to help understand the delivery routes. We put a condition that the applicant is not allowed to have trucks or anything within the residential areas south of the project. And you can see that all phases of the project will be managed on site. As part of our evaluation, we had to analyze the project consistent with CEQA. The applicant has delivered multiple background reports for air quality, noise, traffic, water quality, biological studies, cultural, historical studies. And throughout this review, staff had peer review, as I mentioned, the retaining wall, we had peer review of the traffic. And basically the project qualifies for a class 32 infill categorical exemption based on these findings that you see here on the slide. The project as proposed is consistent with the general plan designation and all the general plan policies, zoning designation and regulations for the site. That includes the density bonus concessions and waivers. It is within the city limit. It is no bigger than 5 acres, and it is surrounded by urban uses. There is no significant habitat value for endangered, rare, or threatened species as per their biological resource report. As I mentioned, the project does not result in significant effects to traffic, air noise, air quality, or water quality, and it can be served by all the required utilities and public services. As such, the project does qualify for a Class 32 categorical exemption. In addition, staff looked at whether or not the project was consistent with the general plan and the zoning designation for the site, and what that gives the city a second categorical exemption, which is a Class 15183, where the project is consistent with a environmental assessment of the site. The 1990 Larkspur general plan and EIR have contemplated uses for this site, including full commercial as well as residential above commercial to a density of 21 units per acre. As such, the project will not result in significant impacts, new significant impacts that were not previously identified in that analysis of the 1990 Larkspur general plan. However, as I mentioned, the applicant did provide multitude of background reports, and the city and staff have reviewed those reports. Most notably, they prepared a focused traffic study. We had Parisi Transportation from Mill Valley prepare a peer review. They confirmed the conclusions in the focused traffic study that there would be a less than significant impact to the circulation network. Most specifically, the new metric for CEQA is called vehicle miles traveled. It is no longer level of service. Vehicle miles traveled has a regional assessment, and the project does not meet those thresholds for regional vehicle miles traveled. As you can see, it's well below the threshold for retail uses. That's an impact to retail uses, and it's well below the regional thresholds for residential uses of 15.8. In addition, we had a geotechnical engineer review the proposal for the soil nail wall. The project includes that as part of the project. Therefore, there are no significant impacts or mitigations required. Staff has included conditions to ensure the proper construction and timing of the retaining wall, and are requiring bonds to cover the completion of that improvement. Lastly, the city hired Libby Seifel of Seifel Consulting to prepare a peer review of the economic report that the applicant prepared, confirming that the proposal and the concessions request were correct, and that the concession to reduce the commercial residential requirement is appropriate. The city also asked Seifel to do a analysis of the project above and beyond what the applicant provided on the city's behalf. And Seifel did conclude that parking could be an issue for the retail uses on the site. Going back to the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330, staff has a very limited scope of what we can and cannot do in terms of design review and making findings. Again, staff is limited to, the city is limited to making findings on objective design standards only. With that, staff is able to make those findings for all the entitlements requested. Although staff does have some concerns and some comments, the neighborhood context, the building is intended to have a myriad sort of presentation of architectural aesthetic. There are different types of architecture along this part of Magnolia, although the project has waivers to the setbacks, it is quite close to Magnolia. As many people have commented, the project is quite tall at 54 feet and 4 stories. It is out of scale with the surrounding commercial and residential structures nearby. It does provide varied roof forms, although it does include roof decks, and staff has conditioned the project to reduce the prominence of the roof decks and push them back if possible. And lastly, the retail parking, as mentioned before, there is a lack of parking for the retail considerations, and staff has requested that the applicant do a best faith effort to find shared parking options offsite. As part of that discussion about the height, understanding that staff has a limited opportunity to condition the project to reduce the height, the development code allows for 1 story over commercial up to 25 feet. The applicant has asked for a waiver to that development standard up to 54 feet at the maximum. Staff has requested a condition that the Planning Commission consider that perhaps the floor heights of the upper units could be reduced such that the project doesn't present as tall. If they could lower those plate heights from 10 and 11 feet down to 9 or 8.5 feet, it might make the project look more harmonious with the rest of Magnolia. In addition, perhaps they could remove roof decks or push those roof decks back, or reduce the overall front railing condition so that it doesn't look as one mass. That's articulated here. This is building A at the corner of Magnolia and Estelle. I put this red box around the left side of the slide so that you can see what a lower plate height might look like. This is the footprint of building C and D at the rear, placed over the front of building A. As you can see, it's a little bit more reduced in height. This is obviously what it would look like if there were no roof decks along Magnolia. Even so, if we put roof decks, but reduce them in height and push them back, the overall project might have a lower profile. Additionally, I know many people in the community were concerned about the story poles and when they went in and how they went in, and that they weren't representative of the project's massing and height. So I've included this slide. This is the visual simulation, as you recall, from Magnolia and Estelle. And this is the story poles as erected and installed today. So again, going back, here's the visual simulation. You can see that the story poles do a really good job of showing the ultimate bulk and mass, although the applicant had limitations in installing them due to the current operations of the site, allowing existing tenants to access their businesses. There have been many public comments, and I know there are many people here today that want to talk about it. Many comments, letters in opposition, although there were many in support. In general, there's support for retaining rustic bakery, and in general, there's much support for housing and affordable housing. Although there are many concerns about the mass, the bulk, and the height of the project, there's concerns about hillside stability. And as always, there are many concerns about traffic and parking impacts. I have seen some comments about sustainable building practices using electrical appliances and solar. There have been lots of public comments coming in. I know the commission, you've received them up to today. I just want to make a note that everyone who sent in a comment, it has been appended. It is on the project page, and we'd be happy to discuss them with you as needed. I do want to make a point that staff has provided some revisions to the conditions of approval that that have been delivered to you before the meeting, including new wording for the retaining wall for the bonds and the timing of that. Also want to point out that the applicant's attorney has also submitted a letter regarding staff's interpretation of design review heights and roof decks. So that's a lot of ground that I covered. We'll end this with saying that the project is consistent with the objective criteria of the 1990 Larkspur General Plan, the zoning ordinance, and the design guidelines. The project does qualify for a density bonus, including the concessions and waivers that were requested for horizontal mixed use, for FAR, for height setbacks and parking. Again, pursuant to state law, the city has limited discretion in its review of this project. In light of all those things and the constraints placed on the city, staff recommends that the Planning Commission conduct a public hearing and take the following action. One, that they find the project is exempt under sections 15.332 and 15.183 of the California Environmental Quality Act, because the project would have no significant impacts and is consistent with the 1990 Larkspur General Plan EIR, and that the commission approved the resolution approving the conditional use permit, design review, slope and hillside development permit, circulation assessments permit, and tentative map. And I'll conclude the action slide by stating that under SB 330, the city is limited to 5 public hearings related to this project. And this meeting tonight constitutes meeting number 1. Alternatively, the commission can recommend any of the following options. They can deny the project as proposed. You can propose additional or revised conditions or approval of the constraints as outlined in the report, or with the applicant's consent, continue the project to a date certain to make changes to better address those concerns. But again, we only have 5 meetings. And so that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Sean, thank you very, very much for an extremely thorough and very clear report. So thank you. We can now see if we have any questions for Sean from the commission.
I had a quick question regarding the parking. It looks to me like the on-site guest parking is one place or 2. Other than if you count Rustic Bakery, I suppose maybe that's part of the site, but I saw, you can't see my little arrow, but
There's a space here and a space here.
that's what I saw.
Yep,
So the rest is street parking.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, I just had some clarifications on the scope of what the Planning Commission could do tonight. I know the law around this is quite complicated, so I just want to make sure that I've understood this correctly. So I'm just going to repeat what I think I understand, and you tell me, or maybe the city attorney, Sky Woodruff, could step in. So what I understand is the project complies with the city inclusionary housing regulations, which talks about the low-income housing. So 20% of units in this project are below market sales price. And as a result, it's allowed to receive 1 concession or incentive under the state density bonus law. And we have no discretion over that. We can't deny that. Sorry. That's correct?
Yep.
And in addition, because of the same rules, there's a certain unlimited number of waivers to the development standard that they are also by right entitled to, as long as they're not related to safety and health concerns. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So the best way to frame it is concessions are a financial consideration, something that would make the project infeasible to build because it would just be too expensive. A parking garage would be one. And then the waivers, under the state law, a project can get unlimited waivers to the development standards that would preclude the physical construction of the project. So in this instance, and this is a good slide, if you look in the lower left-hand corner here, you can see that right up against the property line. Well, the typical setback is 10 or 12 feet from the side yard. They wouldn't be able to physically fit the building on site if they had to meet that setback. Similarly, the requirement for 25-foot height maximum, they wouldn't be able to fit a 2-3-story project under that 25 feet. Now, there is no discussion in the law, and this is maybe something more for Sky, that says there is a minimum and a maximum waiver requirement. So they are asking for a waiver to height the 25-foot height limit up to 54 feet. There's nothing in the code that says thou shalt not go over 35 or 40 or something like that. So in the applicant's presentation, they say they physically cannot build this project for anything less than what they proposed.
Yeah, and I'm Sky Woodruff, I'm the city attorney, and I'll add a few additional comments to what Sean said, just to expand a bit on concessions and incentives as defined in the state density bonus law. Those are reductions in development standards, zoning rules, or architectural design requirements that would result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for affordable housing costs or rents. And in this case, the applicant is using the one concession available to them, which is provided because of the number of below market rate units being provided, to basically remix the uses to allow for horizontal mixed use. Whereas Sean described it, the zoning calls for residential only above commercial. So in this case, what the report that they've provided from a firm called EPS states is that by moving by allowing the residential to be on the ground floor and to remix the uses that way, they're able to obtain additional financial benefits that allow them to provide for the affordable housing units. Libby Seifel, as Sean said, did a peer review of that report and confirmed that analysis is accurate. Waivers, in contrast, as Sean said, alter development standards that physically preclude a development project as proposed. And what the density bonus law says is that the city is prohibited from enforcing any development standards that would physically prevent the project from being built at the proposed density and with the granted concession. So if you think about it, once they've been allowed to remix the uses under the concession, and they then propose the project that they're interested in developing, based on the overall economics of the project to deliver the below market rate units, if they find that there are development standards in the city's code that would prevent them from developing that project, they can apply any number of waivers to alter those. So the height, the FAR, the setbacks, and the commercial parking are all things that result in physical limitations on the development that they can apply a waiver to revise, and they can revise any number of development standards that would physically preclude the project. And as Sean said, state law doesn't say, well, you can exceed it, but only up to this point. It basically uses the project that the applicant has proposed as the baseline and says, if this is what the developer is proposing and any of your objective standards stand in the path of that, then they can use a waiver to modify that standard.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. But one of the exceptions, though, was public health and safety. So if there's public health and safety concerns, then we can push back on waivers to a development standard.
That's correct. The way the density bonus law reads is that to deny a waiver, the city must find that there would be a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and there is no feasible method or satisfactory way to mitigate or avoid the impact. There are some additional ones, but that's the primary one. Okay. And so it does require, it's very specific wording that state law uses for that exception.
Great, great. But everything else though, thank you, that's understood. It's kind of a by right by the applicant. Thank you. So thank you for that clarification. That was very, very helpful.
Happy to help.
Just to add on to that, does the by right, so what is a reasonable development? In other words, basically some of these are 5-bedroom units, if you count the lower floor and the upper floor. And that's a lot of bedrooms. So what's a feasible alternative? I mean, can the developer do 6 bedrooms? Are we obligated to pass what he comes up with, or I don't understand quite how it works.
So the commission's discretion is, as Sean has explained, significantly limited in this regard. The feasibility of alternatives is not particularly relevant to the commission's consideration. There are a number of cases that have fairly clearly held in regard to similar questions where either project opponents or the decision-making body itself argued that there were available ways to deliver the project that would not require the waivers or concessions that were available to a project. And what the courts have pretty uniformly stated is that, as I said, the baseline for judgment about a project is the project that the applicant has proposed. And so if they say, we're going to provide these 4 affordable units, we want to build a 54-foot tall project with 5 bedroom, with in effect 5 bedrooms, and we're entitled to this concession and these waivers to adjust your standards. The commission's ability to condition or deny the project because they could, for example, reduce the height down to 4 stories is not a basis to deny or impose that kind of condition, particularly when they've used the density bonus law to modify standards, and under the Housing Accountability Act, you can't use even objective standards to deny. You can't, if a project complies with the objective standards as they have been modified using the density bonus law, you can't use just subjective standards to deny it or condition it in a way that makes it infeasible, which would result in a denial.
So I want to paraphrase Star Trek. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a real estate entitlement specialist or attorney. I am hearing that there is not a lot of leeway for the Planning Commission to significantly modify this project. Am I hearing this correctly?
That is correct. In lay terms, that is correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So I have a follow-up question. If on the health and safety portion of what we just touched upon earlier, there's the hillside that's behind the project. And I just want to make sure that staff has had or received enough evidence that that hillside, or any slipping or anything that would happen behind the project, will not be a safety concern.
Well, yeah, so the applicant had a proposal, a design. We routed it through the Department of Public Works. They had comments, the applicant revised it. And then we had it peer reviewed by Craig Herzog, who's a geotechnical engineer here locally. So all 3 parties, the applicant's geotechnical and design team, the Department of Public Works, and our consulting geotechnical engineer all agree that the design is appropriate and will suffice and will manage the hillside and won't result in any significant impacts.
Now, I'll just add to that I will not pretend to be a geotechnical engineer, but I have been the city attorney since 2005, 2006, which includes a period of time during which there was litigation related to the slides that had occurred in the past. So I'm aware of the conditions and of the hillside, and was involved in the conversations with staff and the geotech and the peer reviewing geotechnical engineer to address those. And again, I'm not going to make an assertion regarding the engineering, but the city retained peer reviewing geotechnical engineer and the Department of Public Works both believe that the retaining wall has been designed adequately to support the hillside, and that the fence at the top that is intended to catch falling debris will be sufficient to mitigate those risks, and that the conditions of approval that have been drafted will adequately require ongoing maintenance by the future HOA to ensure that the wall and the fence continue to operate properly over time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure the applicant will hopefully address that too in their presentation. Any more questions? Do we have more questions for staff? Nothing? Okay. In that case, could we please invite the applicant to make their presentation? And I would like to have the applicant just limit their presentation to 10 minutes if possible, because this is going to be a long meeting tonight.
Good evening. This is Tony Craig. Good evening, Chair Chalmers and Planning Commissioner, City of Larkspur. I'm a San Anselmo resident, and it is my pleasure to present to you tonight some material that we want to share on Magnolia Village for your consideration. But quick question for those that are a little more technically astute than I, because usually I run these from join as panelists. Thank you. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I got to unmute request again. So really quickly, I just wanted to thank staff. The last 20 months, they've been great. They've also been, I think, challenging in a very constructive way. I'm going to go through what I mean by that in the context of the many changes and accommodations we've made, particularly at their request. So, our opinion is that, they've done an exceptional job, and with their input, and frankly, many of the people in the community that we've been chatting with since May of 2021, I think we've created a much better project than that which we started with in May of 2021. So first of all, I want to go through some community benefits and then some of those changes, and then try to pick some of the information that Sean has not already covered. Again, Sean, thanks. Super good job there. So as far as some of the community benefits, there will be a traffic reduction. I know a lot of folks were concerned about traffic. There's actually a net reduction in traffic. I would ask the planning commissioners to make a note of that, and if they would like to hear from our traffic engineer, who's very keen on Southern Marin traffic conditions in general, she is available. We will be stabilizing the hillside. That's one of the changes we made. And in brief, not only did we create a dialogue and a lot of planning around that topic, we had a geologic specialist in addition to our geotechnical engineer. He's also available this evening. His name is Kevin Ryan. He specializes in this type of work. So when it comes to, and it was a statement that Sean made about development on the slope, there's no development on the slope outside of the soil stabilization work that we can get into. We will be preserving and upgrading Rustic Bakery and Gravity Salon. We'll be enhancing the Magnolia and Estelle streetscape. Those will be maintained by the HOA, not the city. And the units will increase foot traffic, which should benefit the local commercial uses and businesses. And lastly, but not least, providing affordable housing that will help towards the RENA numbers that the city has to perform to. The law, this California State Housing Law, I think Sean did a great job on that. He indicated what we're able to take advantage of, if you will, and some of our incentive concessions. This is a specific slide of what we are requesting. I'll run through this quickly. I want to preserve some time to go over some of those changes that we've made over the course of 20 months and the changes that we'd like to present to you over the last 3 business days. There was a lot of back and forth, as you can imagine. The front setback, the requirement right now per the local code is 15 feet. The closest point to the back of sidewalk from the Magnolia Avenue elevation is 13. Some points are further than that. We can review that in a minute. The reduced side yard, when you look at this lot in plan, the front of the lot is essentially Magnolia. The side yard is Estelle. So at that point, we're typically, the buildings are 5 feet behind the back of sidewalk, but because the property line meanders from behind the back of sidewalk to in the middle of the sidewalk, we're actually proposing one corner of building E right behind the property line. So that typical 12-foot street side setback, we're requesting a waiver to allow the building to fit within the property line as it meanders on that 0 point. That meanders back out again to where I think at the furthest point, and I'll show you the plan in a minute, it goes out to 7 to 8 feet. But we indicate 5, mostly because if you're a pedestrian strolling down that sidewalk on Estelle, your experience is really 5. It's not that 7 to 8. So that's why we say 5. And then between the buildings, I'll point out in plan, there's a 7-foot distance between the turn of building B at the, building A at the corner of Magnolia and Estelle, and building E, which is the furthest building towards the hillside. And then at one point, the retaining wall is 2.5 feet from the lot line, once adjusted between the 2 lots, not to any building. And I'll point that out in a minute. The increase of height, Sean did a good job describing that. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have in addition to those already asked. The commercial parking requirement based on the square footage that we're proposing is 40. We're asking for a reduction to 30. And we'll go over how that amount from a ratio standpoint, planning commissioners, is actually greater than currently occurs. And I'll go over that. And then as Sean stated, that we're requesting a waiver from the residential parking standard, which based on city code is 47. State density law allows a ratio that in turn allows 38 based on what we're proposing, and we meet that. Much of us are local. That's the thrust of that slide. I'm based in San Anselmo. The Edge development team grew up here, went to Redwood. Our retail partner lives in Southern Marin. And the gentleman who owns the marketing firm used to live in Larkspur, now is in Southern Marin elsewhere. That's the thrust there. So we live here, and we appreciate what we all have, and we certainly appreciate the sentiments of those that both support and oppose. These are some of the changes we've made. These changes and accommodations are not required by law, but this was what was achieved, I believe, through a very positive collaboration with city staff. We incorporated the 2 ground floor retail spaces at the prominent corners on either side of building A and B. And that was after our June community workshop. And then we funded not 1, but 2 fiscal analyses just so that we could be very clear from a third-party perspective why we're proposing what we are. And we're all trying, or at least on our side, and now I believe the city as well, in terms of the staff we've been working with, clearly understand that what we're proposing is that which will ultimately graduate, if you will, into a construction facility or a construction loan. So we're not interested in just getting a drawing entitled. We want to make sure that that is realized and built reality. And so it's a lot of this is crafted by just math. It's just basic underwriting. And again, those 2 fiscal analyses kind of underscored that which we were proposing was within the bounds of that spirit. We've made several architectural changes directed by the city architect. That was the basis of our submittal last year in July. We moved the buildings back. Some of you that are listening that have been following this project very closely may well remember that our original proposal had the building A and building B, right behind the back of sidewalk. We've moved those back 13 feet again at the closest point, and I can show that in the plan. We also moved the 4-story mezzanine and roof deck back further from what was originally proposed. I will show you some changes tonight based on our work the last 2 days of how we believe we can move that back further and some of the benefits of that very recent change. The geologic study that we were requested to do after our July submittal and after the work with the city architect was the substance and basis of our November 22 submittal. There was additional design work after that comprised the submittal that you reviewed in terms of the retaining wall, the section, and there's some recent changes that I'll go over, mostly to the architecture. I did want to also state that we received an informative letter from a local group who is very keen on seeing 100% native plants being present in the landscape palette. We have made those changes. And these are just a list of some of the architectural changes. I can go back to that in the Q&A section. I just want to keep this brief. These are some of the heights of the building. I wanted to go over this quickly. And Adam Gardner, who's one of our 2 architects with us tonight, I want to invite him to raise his hand and have Jackie let him in just in case I make a mistake here. He's good at hitting me between the eyes and correcting me. I believe that this is the highest point, ladies and gentlemen, at 52 feet here. And that's the corner of Estelle and Magnolia. Over here, we're a little under 50. This is the highest point here, at least on this elevation, which is at a little above 40. The bulk of the 3-story elevation that includes its parapet is just under 40. So we can come back to this in the Q&A. This is what we've done as of this morning, planning commissioners and citizens of Larkspur. This reflects the mezzanine space, and it's referred to as a mezzanine as opposed to a 4-story because of its size per code. Before, when you walked up the stairs from the 3rd story to the 4th, the slider wall was here. The roof deck came all the way to the front of the top of the 3rd story. This area here was behind this space. So this essentially sat in the middle, if that's not too confusing. So roof deck, mezzanine, and the area back here, which is roughly this size, was dedicated to solar. So we've rearranged that a little bit. We've pushed this all the way back to the rear of the 3rd story. In front of it will be the roof deck. And in front of that will be the area that we've dedicated or ear tagged to receive solar panels as one of our 2 things that we're doing from a sustainability standpoint. I mean, there's more than those 2, but these are the 2 things that were highlighted by a lot of the community members. One was solar, And the other is that we go all electric, which we're doing. This is a sketch that kind of shows, and per scale, you can figure out how tall that person is. When you look up from the sidewalk, previously, you would see right over the parapet on the 3rd floor and catch the top or the front of this mezzanine. We've moved this back. Again, this is very recent, and this is in working with city staff and our design team, such that you won't be able to see it from the sidewalk. And then just a couple comments on the height reduction. That's really difficult for us. We would not want to do that. If you look at what the potential condition, I mean, we first of all believe that may run you afoul of the law of the land, but we have always made changes. We have always made accommodations if we could. And the only two things, planning commissioners, that would stand in front of us, I guess, reaching further across the table would be, it's not financially feasible. This isn't a philanthropic venture. And there's a life safety issue, typically related to fire. So there was a lot of work with the fire department, who we also really appreciated their input. They helped us make this a better project. So this is what we've done recently in terms of that change. I want to try to see if I can find anything additional that Sean didn't already cover. Perhaps we can just look at this and just review some of those setbacks so that it's clear. Let's start with the side yard, which because the way this lot faces, this is the front. And so the closest point is here, planning commissioners, this is where we're 13 feet. And as you can see, as this articulates back in various places, we're further than the 13 feet. And this is versus the city code that requires 15 uniformly. The street side, or the side setback, which this would be because of the lot, this is currently in the city code required 12. We are within that, and we're asking for that waiver. We're not, we're trying to be very clear about that. But this is the meandering PL that I was mentioning. And in order to fit this corner of building E had to sit right behind the PL. That's the 0 I was referring to. And the 5-foot dimension is essentially back a sidewalk to front of building. You can see how the PL is actually further. Typically, you would state that measurement, but I thought that would be even more confusing. This is what you experience as a pedestrian. So that's that setback. The other one, 2.5 feet, is actually this end of the wall. If you can see my cursor, it's 2.5 feet from this lot line that we are moving to allow for the outdoor patio and the changes to the rustic bakery building. Let's see, what else can I mention to help out? I think, let's see, let me look at some of the notes. The Daylene's available, so if we have any traffic related questions, I would encourage you to call on Daylene Whitlock. The 2 spaces, again, one's actually a guest, one is also a guest. It's a handicap, though, just to be clear, handicap guest. Those are the 2 for the residential portion, or lot 1. And the wall, it's a little confusing, but I wanted to clear up. The wall is 25 feet, not 39. This is relative. So you can see we're starting out right about here. This is 20. We're starting out about here. So we're starting out at grade at about 14. So 39 minus 14 is 25, just to be clear. I think we covered some of the important changes. We talked about the Magnolia setback. We talked about working with the city architect. And let's see, I think that's it. So anyways, I don't want to belabor anything else. I want to allow the community to make their comments, and I wanted to make myself and the team available for any of your questions. Thank you so much for your attention. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant from the commission? And I see the architect is also on the call.
I've got a question for the applicant. In the staff report, I noticed that there's 5,700 feet cubic yards of cut proposed to remove some of the bay mud, and then 4,700 cubic yards of fill to replace that material. I guess I just wanted to be clear, that's not being reused, right? I mean, I'm not sure if that's beyond the scope of what you guys have prepared for tonight, but it seems like that's something that jumped out to me as it's not going to be 1,000 net yards if we're removing 4,700 yards and bringing 4,700 yards in.
So
that makes sense.
It does. No, thank you so much. Hopefully you can still hear me. We have our civil engineer available, Lee Rosenblatt, as well as Megan. Could one of you raise your hand so you can address Commissioner Campbell's question / curiosity around the cut and fill quantities, please?
Yeah, I just promoted Lee Rosenblatt to panelist.
Thank you, Jackie.
All right, Lee, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, Commission. My name is Lee Rosenblatt, and thank you for promoting me. If you don't mind, Commissioner Campbell, could you please repeat the exact question that you had?
Yeah, sure. I don't know if it's, again, too far beyond the scope of what you guys have prepared for tonight. I just noticed that there was, I think, 5,700 cubic yards of cut. Some of that was for the wall, but 4,700 cubic yards is for remediating the bay mud at the site. And then there was 4,700 cubic yards of fill. And the staff report at least showed 1,000 cubic yards net. And I was just confirming that you guys were, I just wanted some clarification that is that 1,000, you guys are reusing the material, or is that being imported?
No, the cut number that you see is the portion of, most of it is the wedge that comes out when the soil nail wall is put in. And then,
Sure.
As you mentioned, some of that soil is used for the remediation of the soft soils, which is why there is then ultimately a reduction. And then just the small difference is what would be taken off the site.
Okay.
That answers the question for you?
Yep, thanks.
Awesome. My pleasure. Thank you.
I had a quick question. This is Brock Wagstaff. In terms of guest parking, that is the guest parking, if somebody's having a party in their unit, is on the street, basically?
So if that one space is overwhelmed, and I think it's reasonable to assume that it will be, that would have to be on street. And so what we thought about is the operating hours of the retail that would be there. Let's take Rustic and Gravity Salon as an example. Right now, Rustic is open 7 to 3, Gravity's open 6 to 6. And so if somebody, and that's during the week, I'd have to look at the weekend, but during the week, if you wanted to entertain and have somebody over, and if they came over at 6, you would have a lot of spaces on the street. The weekend, I'd have to look at those times, but I think the answer to your question is yes, if that one space is taken and somebody else who lives in the community has a guest coming over, they would have to seek a space in one of the 18 spaces along either Estelle or Magnolia.
Okay, and the other question was, you showed me the section. Unfortunately, it was too tiny for me to read the.
Let's try it again.
Yeah.
That a little better. Let me try to enlarge it. Is this the section you want to take a look at, Commissioner Wagstaff?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you were proposing any changes in ceiling heights from what you had proposed initially.
No, we're not.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that because I couldn't read it.
Yeah, and just for what it's worth, a lot of the thinking around there, and you're an architect, and there's other people that are professionals in the built environment, particularly ground up development. If you're on the sidewalk and you look up, a difference between 0 or 3 feet is hardly discernible. That's just one thought I'm offering as we're having this open discussion here. The other point is that those lid heights were recommended by our marketing team. That's what we believe is necessary to deliver to market to achieve our revenue projections. I love infill development, but I can tell you after doing it as long as I have, it is very challenging financially because you usually have very few doors across which to amortize hiccups. And there's always hiccups. Everything takes longer, everything costs more. And so, we've got folks that we have to protect as well. But from a, purely planning commissioning standpoint, those lid heights are absolutely necessary for us.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to know.
No, thank you, sir. Appreciate your question.
I had a couple questions. So all the units are going to be condominiums, and I understand that the parking and the street area in the middle is going to be shared ownership by a potential housing association. Who's going to own the commercial condo units, the 2-corner retail and where Rustic Bakery is?
So the entity that is proposing this project would own both lots, ergo the HOA, once those units are sold, will be controlled, but the lot 2, that'll be owned by the same or subsequent entity, depending on how that portion of the asset is monetized downstream. We do have Chad Eisenbud available this evening, I believe. Chad, if you wanted to raise your hand, feel free to speak to anything that I forgot to mention there.
I'm looking for
Chad with us.
I'm looking for Chad in the audience.
Don't see his hand raised.
Neither do I.
Okay. Fortunately, we also have okay, so he is coming on later. I just received a note here. Sorry, I'm juggling a little bit on this side of the screen. We may very well sell the retail condo. But so in terms of who would own that initially, it would be us. But again, depending on how that's, monetized, held or disposed, that, both of those options are available. But we haven't made any decision at this point.
Right, but it would be the same entity that would own the lot where Rustic Bakery is, and then the 2 retail lot.
So just to be
units,
clear,
I guess.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Chair Chalmers. But when, so the way the HOA works is after a certain point and a certain percentage of those homes are sold, that HOA is controlled by the residents. An HOA management company is set up right away. That's one of the 3 things you have to demonstrate to get your approvals from the Department of Real Estate before you can even take a deposit. So the HOA will control and own lot 1. Lot 2 not be owned by the HOA. Lot 2 will initially, after what we're proposing in terms of upgrades, that'll be owned by us. And the length of time that it will be held prior to disposition right now is undecided.
Oh, I see. So the HOA owns the 2 retail lots as well, then the 2 commercial retail lots that are in lot 1.
Got it. No, and now I understand your question. I beg your pardon. Those are condos, right? So at legal status allows us to sell those separately as well. And again, the timing is up in the air. So I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, so you're thinking, right, so you're thinking that you would actually sell the unit to a commercial owner that would come in and run a commercial business, and they would actually own it themselves, as
That would be
opposed to
great.
take on a
Yeah,
lease. Is that
that
your
would work.
thinking?
Yeah, that would be the tidiest outcome. You know, that would work swimmingly for us. We'd be happy to see that happen.
Okay, okay. We'll see if somebody does come in and buy that. Otherwise,
Time will tell.
who's gonna, yeah, but if once you've sold, it's still not clear that once you've sold all the individual condominiums to the residential owners, who's gonna be left owning the 2 retail lots at the end before you find a buyer for those 2?
Oh, well, so that's interesting. It won't be the HOA, it will be us.
Okay, so it's the developer that will own, and it's the same developer that would own lot 2.
Correct. Yeah, it would be us.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you. And sorry for the
another
confusion there.
question I had. No, that's fine. Maybe I didn't ask the question correctly. Another question I had was when you came to the Planning Commission back in 2021, there was some discussion about building over the rustic bakery unit. And I was curious as to why that has not been considered. And the reason I at the time, I think it was thought it was to be it might have been a good idea, is because it would obviously give you more units to build, and you could spread out what you have currently, resulting in less bulk, less mass, if you could also build over a rustic bakery. So if you could talk to that a little bit.
Certainly. No, good question. You know, the answer is it wasn't financially feasible to do so. You can't build over these buildings. We would have to raise it and build anew. And that was not accretive to the bottom line. So that option, and we did look at that, that option was dismissed.
Too expensive. Okay. And then some quick questions. I think I heard you say that that you were now going to have an all-electric development. I raised this because I saw this in a lot of the comments that were brought to us by the public. So yes, it's going to be an all-electric. Okay.
Absolutely.
And okay, great. There was also a comment from the Friends of Corte Madera Creek on landscaping. And I think you also maybe commented on that you were taking into account. I don't know if it was that particular correspondence that you were referring to or something else, but they had raised some requests, and I wanted to just see if you had taken that into consideration.
No, that's exactly the letter I was referring to. I'm glad you brought that up. We received that a couple days ago, maybe Friday. I can't recall, but the last 3 or 4 business days have been a whirlwind. But that was the impetus, you know, their suggestion, and that's why we changed the landscaping palette. Again, if we can change something, we're going to do it. We have no issue with it. We're happy to comply there.
Great, thank you. Do we have further questions from the commission? Nothing further? In that case,
I did have one question. Sorry, I had to unmute. I obviously that you all have considered in your planning of this issues regarding egress, et cetera, from people up the hillside for things like fire safety and traffic based upon building these things. I'm sure that's all been considered, I would think. Yeah.
Very much so. That was, well, not obviously. So two things. One, that's a concern and something that, the fire department always reviews. They're very keen on that, obviously, that we depend on them to protect us during times of, fire hazard and other emergencies. And so we, chatted with, I think, two gentlemen over there several times reviewing the site plan. And then, of course, circulation in general was covered by the traffic study. I don't know if we have any representatives from the fire protection district here, but again, relative to traffic, if there are any, specific questions, Daleen Whitlock is available.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is because I can see some residents of the hillside above there being very concerned about circulation in the event of a, which will happen, in Marin on the hillside, about from a safety standpoint, whether or not this has been actually formally addressed to make sure that, that they can be allayed their concerns about that.
Yeah, no, that was looked at. That's one of those, not to make light of it, but it's one of those boxes you have to check when you conduct a traffic analysis. And when you get, the blessing of the fire department, not only in your site plan, but how, one would access the ingress and egress of the site plan and how that circulation functions within the context of the community, particularly that which is adjacent. I cannot hear you, Chair Chalmers.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon. I was like, what's going on?
No, I was actually thanking you for your for answering all our questions.
Oh, certainly. No, happy to do so.
Yes, great. No, we appreciate that. We can now, the next step is to take it to the public comment and invite members of the public to provide their any commentary they have. I do want to start by saying we have 154 people in the audience tonight, which is a record in my experience on the Planning Commission. I don't know how we're going to get through, or if we can get through all of the comments. So what I'd like to just suggest is that if you have already provided a written comment, the Planning Commission has read it. We read all the comments. We appreciate all the comments that are provided. We really do. But you might want to give a chance to somebody who's not provided something in writing to speak. If you do wish to speak, please raise your hand.
Natasha, I'd like to also make a comment that for people who are commenting, obviously keep in mind that we have a time constraint on that amount. And the other issue is that if someone makes a comment, there's no reason to make the same comment. Again, as you say, people have written this, but I mean, just in the interest of not being here till 3 a.m. So anyway.
Right, yeah, and I see that Jackie has her timer up on her screen. So please note that you are limited to 3 minutes. And I'm going to suggest also when we get to around 9:30, 9:45, if we're still going, I'm just going to bring it back to the commission for us to kind of reevaluate and see where we are. I don't want this to be an endless evening, but obviously we want to hear as many comments as possible. So I will check in again in about an hour. So Jackie, would you like to start inviting our members of the public to make comments?
Yes, I will, Chair Chalmers. Thank you. I'm going to just start at the top of my list and go down. I'm going to begin with AF. You are allowed to speak and your time starts now. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'm Arlene Fox. I live in Hillview, a couple of blocks down the street from the project. And just give me a moment. I have a couple of concerns. One is that Magnolia is a major evacuation route in case of a fire. So I noticed in the diagrams that there's several large trees that are very close to Magnolia. So I'm wondering if the developer can make sure that those trees at the mature tree size are smaller, so it doesn't cause a problem in case of a fire. Another concern I had was bicycle safety. There's a lot of on-street parking now that I guess hasn't been there or in the past. So I don't know how close to the bicycle lane, if there's going to be an issue when people open their car doors, because that could create a safety issue. I was glad to hear that the trucks will be going more on the northern side of the project and not south and not over Bon Air Bridge. I'm assuming that's the case. And I also have concerns that the number of stories is just way too many for that site. So I'd really appreciate that the developer consider some of the earlier comments by the planning commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. All right, I'm now promoting, this person doesn't have a name. They're calling in, the last 4 digits are 1402. You're allowed to speak.
James Holmes, the Larkspur. If this monolithic condo is built as proposed, undoubtedly it will become known as the monster on Magnolia. The big picture here is that this monolith is nowhere near transit. It provides the least needed form of housing, large market rate units. It offers minimal affordable units, and they're much smaller, hence building in economic stratification. It's at the foot of a historically unstable slope, and it towers over a narrow street at the gateway to Larkspur, and the contrast with super suburban Kentfield next door will cast Larkspur in the false light of looking like a slut for development. And the giant wall looming behind the building will be but ugly. These deficiencies are why the project's attorneys took an aggressive tone. They're using aggression to make up for a lack of merit. And these deficiencies are also why we need to use every legal means available to literally cut the building down to size. The heart of the problem is all the waivers, specifically height, setback, and parking. Now, I get it that we can't apply discretionary subjective standards. What I don't get and didn't see substantiated in the documentation is why we can't apply our objective standards either. By contrast, the documentation explained very clearly why we need to grant a concession regarding ground floor retail. But the idea that we have to give unlimited waivers of objective standards, well, if we can't apply either subjective or objective standards, that is like a heads they win, tails we lose situation that can't be right. We need to revisit the waiver issue. Our peer review says that the waivers are necessary to enable the proposed building to fit on the site. I don't dispute that, but the fact that it needs so many waivers of objective standards tells me the building is too big for this site. Regarding parking, 2 points. First, the foreseeable constant Darwinian competition for retail and residential parking in a constrained area without much excess parking even now, and a cut-up streetscape that was never intended to accommodate extra off-site parking will predictably present a public health and safety concern. And second, the severe public parking scarcity will likely spell slow motion demise for what little retail remains on the site. The tenants, of course, won't tell us the full scale of the problem because they're afraid of their landlord. But the little imagination is needed to foresee that with drastically reduced available parking, Potential customers will just drive on by, businesses will slowly wither away, and then the developers may be back with yet another monolithic condo, which may have been the original plan.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Your time is up. We appreciate your public comment. I will also remind everyone that this is a public forum and we do appreciate you watching your language in this forum. Thank you. Right, our next public comment is coming from Michelle Wilcox. Please unmute yourself. Michelle, we can hear you. Michelle, do you have a public comment you would like to give?
No.
Okay. All right, I will be moving on to Stacy Kitchen. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Stacy and I live up on Skylark. And basically looking at that project that you guys are putting up there, it's humongous for that little tiny street right there. There is so much cycling that goes up and down that street, and we do not have that accommodation already. Where is all those residents is gonna park? So those are the things you guys need to look into. College of Marin is on the other side. That building is great, it's perfect. The level is, the level is good. You guys putting up something way over all of those other business on that street. It just looked very out of that little tiny avenue. You're not back more from the street, you're right on that street. So that's my comment, and I just hope you guys can really think about this project when you're really going forward. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment, Stacy. Patrick Joseph Hagan. Please unmute yourself.
That would be me can you hear me?
We can.
Good.
Please proceed.
I turned in a series of comments, so this is in addition to the comments. I keep hearing from the various people associated with the project about the financial need to have the heights and the thises and the that's, but I haven't seen any numbers that support that and all the documentation about this. And I'm not trying to say that they shouldn't make a profit, but they should. But at the same time, they get waivers from, as somebody else already said, waivers from the objective standards, and they can't comment on the subjective. That leaves them with what I would call unfettered discretion on their own. And that's troubling because they're not accountable for what they're spending. They're not accountable for their profit. They're not really accountable for much of anything. So the last thing I ask is, maybe they should be more forthcoming with their numbers. The other thing I'd ask is, and this has to do with the people that are already there. It seems to me that when you've got a building that big and it's looking down, everybody talks about being on the sidewalk looking up. Hardly anybody cares about that. But when you're looking down and you're looking into backyards like a college court and in swimming pools and things like that, or even people's bedrooms, that's not a good thing. That's a violation of privacy, which is a sacred right in California. And it seems to me that those kind of factors, light, air, view, privacy, those kind of factors need to be considered somewhere. And they're not subjective, they're objective. They just don't have necessarily values. But privacy is a major thing and a major California right. And the last thing I haven't heard any comment on, other than it's all electric, is the fact that this is going to vastly increase the carbon footprint of what's going on with that property now. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. David Mueller, you're allowed to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Good evening, planning commissioners and staff. As stated, I'm David Mueller. I live here in Larkspur. And tonight I'm representing the 24 members of the Larkspur Climate Group, all of whom live in Larkspur or Greenbrae. I did provide written comments on behalf of the Larkspur Climate Group, urging the commission to require that Magnolia Village be all electric to avoid increasing greenhouse gas emissions that are driving climate change. And I believe that during the applicant's report this evening, I heard a commitment for Magnolia Village to be all electric. Assuming we heard this correctly, I'd like to commend the applicant for taking this position and greatly appreciate the commitment. Going all electric is the responsible and right thing to do for the health and safety of the future residents of Magnolia Village and the larger community. And we urge the commission to accept this commitment as part of a condition of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. All right, next we have Hillary Newsom. Hillary, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for just a quick moment. I want to first start by saying that I'm not anti-development at all, and I'm really enthusiastic about the affordable housing aspect of this. I am just down the block in Kentfield, and I'm concerned about things that might seem minimal to developers, but are relevant to our community and our homes. Obviously, I'm very enthusiastic about reading any kind of a report that would prove that traffic would be mitigated in this circumstance, given the number of housing and potential families and number of drivers that would be in this area. Just this morning, my husband had to hold up his arms to get the College Avenue to stop in order to let my daughter out to get to school on time. So I'm fascinated by that. And I know that as a person who's been in development myself, that things can be spun, and I just really look forward to reading that report. In addition to that, we have a lot of anxiety about parking. Our street does not have a limitation on number of hours, but we also have multi-family, multi-generational people living in our homes. And therefore there are cars with people that have necessity to be in our particular driveways. And this small block of College Avenue would be deeply impacted by overflow. Given the situation you have all acknowledged, there's not enough parking. So it's an obvious, not a maybe, but an inevitable that we would be impacted by parking and possibly not able to park in our own homes. Also, during the construction phase, there's a lot of anxiety about how we would protect our block and ensure that we're not taken over by construction and construction vehicles, et cetera, during that time, and would request that there's some consideration. And I know it's a different community, it's Kentfield, not Larkspur, but about the possibility of restricted parking so that our local community can protect ourselves. And the final thing is just an aesthetic thing. I don't know where this architecture came from. I'm a big believer in sense of place. There's a lot of mid-century modern single-story buildings around here. This particular development looks an awful lot like that development where Andy's Market was in Corte Madera, right near the Joann's Fabrics. And it just doesn't have, for me, beyond the scope and the size, but the aesthetic appeal from a curb side standpoint, which is a bit disappointing from my perspective. Thank you for your time.
Strum, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself. Kurt Bergstrom, you have permission to speak. Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
I think I speak for many Larkspur and neighborhood residents when I say we understand the development may be afforded certain waivers, and yet at the same time, we support the need for new housing and affordable units. But the reason there are over 150 people on this call and more than 300 people that signed a petition on change.org is we do have serious concerns about this development. Staff did a very good job speaking to height and mass, and we agree with staff's appraisal that the overall height of the project is excessive and unnecessary for development. I thought the visual presentation that Sean did, where he showed what it would look like if the development was reduced from 4 to 3 stories, gave a good idea of what could be possible. And my recommendation, and I think it is shared by many residents, is that 3 stories should be the maximum, and that there should be step backs that go from street level to the rear, ideally starting with 2 stories going to 3, so that there is not that massing at street level. I understand that the developer is claiming a 13-foot setback, although I've heard from staff it's 12.5. Really, it should be the 15 that's required to prevent this being such a towering monolith, as people have said. I'm very concerned about the finding that there will be no traffic impacts. I think it's common sense that vehicles that are entering and exiting the development, plus people that are hunting for and trying to parallel park on Magnolia or Estelle, are going to interrupt the flow of traffic. And we already know that during rush hour, it is extremely busy. So, this to me is a common sense thing that we have to anticipate. The lack of commercial parking is another concern. I heard that there were 30 spaces, but I can only count up 18 on the street and 3 at Rustic. So I'm wondering where the other ones are to be found. Some of the benefits cited by the developer, like the patio space, I think, again, what hasn't been anticipated is that is up against a sheer wall of 3 to 4 stories. It's likely to be a wind funnel, as well as, I think, the impacts of wind on Magnolia itself from the size of the development. So we have serious concerns, and I think they can be best mitigated by having the developer, the residents, and the planning commission work together to create something that truly is in scale and character with the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Kirk. All right, Nate, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. I had sent some pictures over to Elise. Elise, I don't know if you can present those. I don't think I have the ability to.
Oh, yeah, let me pull them up.
Thanks.
All right, better grab them.
I think what we'll do is I'll go to our next public speaker and come back to you.
Thanks, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Catherine Field, you are allowed to speak. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Catherine Field. I live in Murray Park. When I drive by this thing, I'm just astounded at the height and breadth of it. It's way too big for our community. This is a small town. Plus, the other concern I have is are the houses that are across Magnolia, that these people are going to be looking down into their backyards all the time. Who wants to go out and swim in a pool or go out and barbecue with all these eyes that can be looking down? I think we should you should make it only 2 stories if you're going to build this thing. It's just a monolith. It looks like it should be in downtown San Rafael or in San Francisco, not in Larkspur. It's absurd. Thank you.
Elise, are we ready to go back to Nate?
Yes, now I just need to find where my Zoom controls went, but let's see if I can, here we go. This is the photo.
Great, Nate. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
There we go. Thanks. Yeah, I think this picture, sorry, this picture is from my the back of my yard in my home in College Court. I think it kind of speaks to exactly what people are talking about. This is a real invasion of my privacy and my kids' privacy. I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old who are not always fully clothed, as I'm sure parents can relate to. These homes, these buildings look directly into our home. This picture was taken from the window of my kitchen. If you go to the next picture, just a small bit to the left there is there's another view of just these things just look directly into my house. Next picture, please. That's just back from the same kitchen. They just, again, look directly into my home. As you can see the frame of the window there now. Next picture, please. Next picture, please. That's just another look from, this is showing the actual protrusion of the buildings in relation to kind of where they sit today. So everyone can see kind of how far out they will stick in relation to the buildings that we all know. Next picture. Last picture, I promise. This is just a look at what traffic looked like this morning. You can see the line of cars lined up right there on Magnolia. I frankly do not believe the traffic assessment that it will get better. I think this picture kind of speaks to that. This is obviously just a moment in time this morning. But I think the core concern, the health and safety concern, is one around the height of these buildings, really looking into a number of people's backyards, exactly as I've shown here. It's a very real concern to me as a parent that these homes would be able to see into what they can see into. And you know, I don't want my kids having to grow up like that in Larkspur, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you for Stag's Leap District. You're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, hi. My name's Nancy Bialik. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'm a resident of Murray Hill. I literally live on the hill above this proposed project, the hill that is actually sliding down, or has slid down historically. One of the reasons I bought my home was for the view, and I'm wondering if any of the builders or the analysis has not only taken in the views that the other gentleman just talked about looking up, but those homes above looking down on this complex as obtrusive. So I just wanted to, see if anyone has done any analysis on the above houses looking down on this, what someone described as this monolith. I, like many others, agree it is way too large for the corner without the setbacks and, also the height. So that's my public comment about the height overall.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for your public comment. Okay, next we have Chris. Chris, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Christopher Gaylord, and I live in Kentfield. And this development is an absolute Houdini gymnastics of legal gamification of state laws. And this is an opportunity, I think, for this commission to dig their heels in and make a stand here. This development at 4 stories is simply too high. It needs to be 2 stories maximum, and the setbacks need to be held at the required legal limits. Setbacks that come in closer, I think we talked about 0 and 5 and 7 feet and 12 feet. There is a danger, a real and significant danger to people in the public walking down the sidewalk from anything that falls out of these apartments or condos. And it's absolutely a disappointment if this is not fought by the commission and our legal representatives. There is absolute total gamification here from the developer, and it's an extreme disappointment that we're even entertaining this. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Chris. All right, next we have Julia Violik. You're allowed to speak.
Yes. Start me at 3 minutes, not at one. There you go. My name is Julia Village. I own the building right next to the proposed monolithic condo unit. It is one of the most beautiful buildings in all of Southern Magnolia. I went through many years of getting approval from the city of Larkspur, including my landscape. I was only allowed to do 2 stories high. I think you guys all know the building I'm talking about. It's the bank building that I made absolutely beautiful. I am absolutely disgusted the fact that the commission is entertaining this. It is only 4 affordable units. That is not affordable housing. If we're going to be completely affordable housing, might be something we entertain, but that is not something we could do. I'm also a member of the MCBC. I've been on the board for 20 years. I am absolutely concerned about the effect of kids riding their bikes to school through Safe Routes to Schools. Safe Routes to Schools has a major unit or major thoroughfare through Magnolia, which is just unbelievable to me that you guys are entertaining not having any sidewalks available for people. The parking is, I mean, I don't even want to go into it. Everyone has already gone into it. Don't even need to talk about it. It will completely compromise all of this particular part of Larkspur. And I want you guys to all look at the other side of Larkspur, the northern part, and what you guys have done to create space there. It has been beautifully done. It is in sync with the community. If we could do something that here, that would be better. And my most important question, or 2 questions to you all, is what is the best use here? Is it really affordable, quote unquote, housing for 4 units? Or is it a really cool retail area, or maybe a park or something else? And I also want to ask, what is the incentive of the applicant? The applicant said that it wasn't a philanthropic project. Well, what is it then? I want to know.
Does that conclude your public comment, Julia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next we have Corinne Boggs. Corinne, please unmute yourself. Corinne, I can see that you're unmuted, but I don't hear you speaking. Corinne, do you have a public comment? Okay, for now, we're going to go to the next person in the audience. Corinne, I will lower your hand. If you have a comment to give, please raise your hand again. Next, we have Catherine Hyde. Catherine, please unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone, and thank you. It's Katie, actually, and I appreciate the comments that have been previously made, and again, appreciate the work that everyone is doing on behalf of Larkspur. I am a mother of 3. I live on Hillcrest Lane in the Kempfield Larkspur community right behind this project. I think, again, I won't reiterate some of the comments that others have made, but obviously the density is a huge issue as it relates to public safety. And so I thought it would be helpful for this commission to hear from my daughter, who is a student at Basage and likes to walk and ride her bike to school along with her younger siblings, and just what the impact of this community development would have on her safety.
My name's Annie, and I like to walk and bike to school most days. And with all the new cars from the construction, it will be a lot less safer for me and my sister and brother to go to school.
I think it's important that all of you hear from the real community members and what this impacts. This is a one-way street in and out to Magnolia. There are 2 schools that support a lot of the local neighborhood and families here. So it's something that we all feel incredibly strongly about. So we appreciate and know that you guys are all working very hard on behalf of Larkspur, but this is a very, very significant development that will impact the safety and the overall community that we have. Thank you.
Comment, Katie, and thank you, Annie. I think you might be our youngest public commenter to date. We appreciate you. Okay, next we have Gretchen Hoskins. Gretchen, please unmute yourself.
Hello, thanks for holding this forum. I find it very interesting. I'm a Larkspur resident, lived in this area for 40 years. And I have one question, one observation. No one has said anything about what will happen to the bike lane, but it will be eliminated if that additional street parking is approved. Is that correct?
Gretchen, this is not a time for a Q&A. This is just time for you to state
Oh, okay.
your...
Okay, so my other observation is that this is going to end with a question, but just very quickly, the developers have made it clear that they need the parameters that they've outlined and made amendments to, that they won't be able to profit from making some of the kinds of changes that we're talking about. And if that's the case, then do they withdraw their proposal or what happens? I mean, where are we in terms of, you know, the community wants development, we need affordable housing, et cetera, but where are we in that process? If we say, well, no, you know, it's just not going to work. We gave you that major waiver so that you don't have to have retail on the first floor. That was major, but it opened the door to many more waiver possibilities. And I mean, I understand they're in the business of making money. It makes sense. I mean, there's nothing illegal about that. But what if the community really continues to want more parking, lower height limits, et cetera? Does the developer then withdraw their efforts? Or does the commission say these are our conditions and you can't meet them, or?
Don't have answers for those right now at this moment, Gretchen, but
Okay,
those will be noted by the commission for consideration.
Just in terms of, so the public knows where we stand, we can voice all of our observations, but does it make any difference? You don't need it, but someplace along the line.
Sorry, this is Chair Chalmers. I'm just trying to understand your question. Are you saying that you're asking if the applicants might change what they're planning to do? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, they've said they really can't make a lot of the changes that are being suggested, like lower height limits, more parking, et cetera, larger setbacks. They need these parameters in order to make the development work as they have it planned. So what happens if the city says, I mean, are we already committed to a building permit, or are we in the process?
Well, we're discussing that tonight. We're hearing comments. We've heard from the applicant. We're going to hear from the public. And then there's going to be some commentary after we've heard from the public. Hopefully we'll have time for that. And then we'll be making some recommendations, and we'll go back to the applicants at that point.
Well, thank you. I know that this is not a Q&A, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your public comment, Gretchen. Okay, next we have Darush Farshid. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, hi, my name is Darius Farshid. I live right behind the proposed project. And say I have serious concern about the project. I'm just wondering how we came from a one-story commercial building to propose 4-story. I guess most of previous commentators mentioned the concern about the height and density of the project. So as far as I'm concerned, anything more than 2-story for this Larkspur, it's a non-starter. That's all I have.
Thank you for your public comment, Darius.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Colin McCullough. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. My name's Colin McCullough. I live around the corner from there on Murray. You know, I know a lot of people have been comparing this to the Wind Cup, to the thing that replaced Wind Cup. And I think this is a very different type of building. You know, there's no transport nearby. And I think that it's just so out of scope with what the neighborhood is. I think that architecturally, it's very out of place. I think that it feels very urban. It almost looks like there's shipping containers on top of the structure, which just doesn't feel Larkspur to me. I'm not anti-development. I know that that area is an eyesore now, and I'm really looking forward to something being there. I would just like it to be something a little more in tune with the area. It's huge. It's frankly kind of ugly, and there's just not enough parking. So I know I'm not alone in this, and the whole neighborhood is up in arms. And from what I heard before, there's not a lot we can do about it, but we are not happy. And I know now that the other that there's not enough parking currently, because a lot of the people that we just, sorry, I wasn't quite ready when you called on me, but the entire area is not on board. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for your public comment, Colin. And I know sometimes it can feel a bit put on the spot. So if you'd like to put your words in writing and submit them to the city, we'd be happy to receive them. Next, I've got Nick Wilsey. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I live directly uphill of the project on Hillcrest Avenue. First, I'd like to thank both city staff as well as developers representative, Mr. Craig, for making themselves available to speak with me and answer my questions after receiving notice of this meeting. I echo all the many comments tonight about the height of the building, and I appreciate the effort of the developer made today to move the mezzanine level back from the front of the building. I would also love to see more support for the staff's recommendation that requires revisions of the applicant to limit the floor to ceiling plate heights to reduce the overall building height. And I do disagree with Mr. Craig's statement that these reductions wouldn't be noticeable. I think any reduction of height would be noticeable. One item that hasn't been talked about that I'd like to ask the developer and commissioners to consider is conditioning the vegetation management plan requirement to try to maintain as much of the existing vegetation, which is a visual buffer between my property and the proposed development, or to add new landscape above the proposed new wall. I realize that that can't be a requirement as there are many limitations, but I'd love for the developer to consider keeping as much of that as possible or adding some if that has to be removed with the cut of the walls. There's a lot of trees there now, and removing them would very much change the view between my property and the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Right, Justin Boggs, you're next. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, it's actually Corinne. My computer wasn't working, so my husband raised his hand for me.
Oh, good. Hi, Corinne.
That's okay. I don't know what the problem was. Thank you to all of you for hearing us out, as well as to developers and also Nick. So I'm a neighbor, we're the neighbors of Nick. So we're also on Hillcrest Avenue, directly behind and above the project. One comment there, the developers actually did not speak to any of us directly. I think that was questioned earlier. So none of us were addressed or spoken to about the project I think the last few days. So just a heads up, I think they talked to the fire department. But I have 3 points. One, to build on Nick's point, I want to make sure that the wall and the road, there's a road above there. Hillcrest Avenue runs around the corner, directly above the development, dead ends into a fire road that's walkable right now. There's only one way out of this neighborhood, that the road will continue to be safe. As you build up a wall partially up the hillside, rip out all the vegetation, how are they going to ensure that that road is okay? And that there is safety around that, as well as screenage, because if you remove all of that and the sound and the noise, there will be a lot of increased noise and impact to this community. There's about 5 or 6 homes directly up here right above the development. 2, I am concerned about the parking on Estelle. So the corner of Estelle and Murray, I think on the plan showed 7 spots. I'm curious how far up that goes Estelle. The sidewalks ends closer than 7 parking spots. I don't know the math exactly. And you're going to start building parking into Estelle Avenue, into the neighborhood. There's no sidewalk. There is no protection on the right side. There's an open creek there. Kids do walk and bike down this hill to get to Kentfield schools. So just something to consider, that if there's no parking spots, people will start parking up Estelle. It's a 2-way street, but there's no space for parking as well as cars to get by, and there's no sidewalk for safety concerns for kids and people walking down the community. I think it's very important to note that, because outside of the designated spots they've named on the street, there is no parking on Magnolia and no parking up Estelle and no parking on Murray or Francis, or very limited. So just something to think about, that there is not excess parking beyond the neighborhoods that provides a safe walkway. And then thirdly, I'd like to better understand the fire hazard. Murray Park has about 240 residents in it. There's 3 exit streets. They're very narrow. And if there is fire, we're in a high fire situation. This will have a serious impact to the community for Murray Park. And I would actually like to better understand, ask the committee to better understand that fire access and exit strategy for the neighborhood, because you are adding 20 units and 40 to 80 people in those, and cars, without additional considerations for the Murray Park neighborhood. Those were my 3 comments.
Thank you, Corinne.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay, and Brian McCormick, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself. Brian, I can see that you're unmuted, but I cannot hear you. I have a feeling that we might be having some technical difficulties. Brian, I see you mute and unmute, but we're not getting any audio from you. Sorry, Brian. We're not able to hear you. I would encourage you to please put your comment in writing and submit it to planning@cityoflarkspur.org. We'll receive your comments and make sure that they're forwarded to the commissioners. So Brian was our last hand raised in the audience. I see another hand raised, Christy Chandler. Christy, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, thank you. I want to first just thank Sean Keenings for that explanation of the way that the laws are restricting the commission and the planners. I think that it's helpful to really understand how little discretion there is. But with that in mind, I do think it bears repeating how the scale of this development is just so utterly unfortunate, given that lack of discretion. And I would encourage any commissioners to take a walk down Estelle, down towards Magnolia, so you can see the impact of that building. It's really just like a country road. There's canopies of trees, as Corinne Boggs was suggesting, and then you hit this just wall of a development that really looks like it should be in Dogpatch, or it sort of reminds me of Van Ness Corridor, the construction and the scale and the density. So I would encourage commissioners to walk down Estelle towards Magnolia. I also want to reiterate the concerns about the safety of the Magnolia with parking on the street, because it is a authorized safe routes to school. That's where children go to school, the elementary and middle school kids. And I haven't heard any questions during the discussion about the safety of the now having street parking along there. It's hard for me to even visualize how you have street parking and a safe bike lane for children that are riding their bikes there. And finally, I would also ask you to consider the precedent of a building like this, because every parcel from Estelle all the way down to Skylark will be up for potentially multi-use development. And what ultimately could happen is to have something that does resemble the Van Ness corridor, because once you let in one developer and allow 3-4-story buildings, I don't see how you then shut the door after that. So I would ask you to really consider, to whatever discretion you have, to think about the precedent that this kind of development is setting. And thank you all for your time and deep thinking about this and hard work on this. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Christy. I'm going to go back to Brian McCormick just to see if we can get you here to speak. Brian. Like to unmute yourself if you have a public comment to give. I tried and did my best. Okay, next we have John Dalphin. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Yeah, that's right. Appreciate it. Just really quickly, I'm personally not impacted by this. I'm on College Court nearby, but it's painfully obvious to me how much it's going to impact some of my neighbors. The fact that these views are so intrusive in their spaces. And I hear from the developer that they can't build at 25 feet economically, so they need to go to 54. 53, could be 85. Apparently, under the law, there's no discretion for you guys. However, my concern here is that their economics need to necessarily impair the economics of others, like my neighbors down the street. In addition to the safety concerns, the lack of parking, which is obvious. There's one able-bodied parking space for 20 units for guests. And I think there's frankly an insufficient amount of parking for the number of residents there, given that there's no public transit and they're frankly removed from most, from any location, any job location, et cetera. So this development is, I'm pro-development. I'd love it if they had mixed use, commercial on the bottom with like a couple, maybe 2 stories above. But this is imposing on the community and on certain folks. And I think frankly, if the commission finds that this developer is impairing the economic and good, just the situation for the folks who can have their views and their privacy impaired, I think it's sort of offensive. So, I guess you guys have limitations on what you can and can't do. I just appreciate your consideration for the folks who are going to be impacted by this. And frankly, if the developer can't make it work at less than 53 feet, maybe this lot needs to be designated for something else. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment, John. Okay, Michelle Wilcox, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, it's actually Eric Wilcox, Michelle's husband. I'm hoping everybody might reflect back on the last 15 years of this property when it was bought by the previous owner, and it hasn't been able to work because of parking this whole time. They haven't been able to attract tenants. The few tenants that have been there have been able to operate because of the lack of most of the property being vacant. So I can see why the current developer needs to cram a massive project in here just to try and make it work while they are eliminating parking, access, etc. This just doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever, the way they are proposing it. Just because the previous purchaser blew it and didn't keep Jim Corbett's in there, which was a great tenant, and ended up sitting here with a virtually vacant property for 15 years. Why should this be changed into some, multi-story development just to make financial sense? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment, Eric. Martin Detells. Martin, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is actually Lara Costello Detells. I've lived here all my life. I went to Basage, Kent, Redwood. Willie's Cafe was named after my brother, Will Costello. He's no longer with us. That's why the cafe was named after him. I own Murray Lane adjacent to Estelle. I own frontage. My property fronts most of Estelle all the way up to Hillcrest. I will not allow any cars, additional parking. Sorry, not allowed. When I was a little girl commuting on my bike to Basage, I was hit in the crosswalk with a crossing guard. When you're under a car with your bike on top of you, you have a perspective of traffic. And this is in the 80s. It's only gotten worse. If you saw the traffic this morning, trying to get towards the hospital, it was completely backed up both ways. Now let's do a little history lesson. The hillside gave way. Yes, Mr. Woodruff, you didn't tell everyone that there was a lawsuit and Larkspur paid off the former tenant. And that's why Corbett's left. Now, back in the 90s, there was a beautification project. We used to have 2 lanes going north and south, therefore 4 lanes of traffic. But there was a beautification project that was granted, and that was back in what is it, City of Larkspur, 94, 95? And that gave Village Peddler, Corbett's, Ambrosia, when they were there, additional parking, those little parking spots, because you took away a lane. So we only have the 2 lanes and then we have the middle. So you took away 1 to create parking for the commercial building. Now, the situation is, has anyone read the deed? Because I do not believe that the story poles fronting up on Magnolia, they're taking they're, I think, a little bit too far, because that's where they're going way up into those granted new parking spots that used to be a lane that we drove to go south. So how is it possible that they're able to now move their story poles way up there and then create parking on on Magnolia? Has anyone ever driven south on Magnolia and had to deal with people pulling out of Ambrosia with the trees? I mean, you almost get it, you almost T-bone them when they're pulling out and they're not looking, and you're just trying to go south. It is a health and safety issue. And if you don't think it is, oh, you just wait. And you have the children, no one has considered the children going to school, and that is Basage creates safe routes. So you have kids way up on Murray Avenue commuting to Basage. They use Magnolia. There are not proper sidewalks. No one's considered that. There's no proper sidewalk going up Estelle. Back in the 80s, we have all the, just a second, just a minute.
I'm sorry,
but in the 80s, we have all the residents begging for a sidewalk and Larkspur never granted it for the children. Begging. There's never been enough done for the children in this community. And I'm telling you, you're making me sick. Enough is enough. This is a monstrosity that needs to leave because you are ruining our lives in this area. John Murray would be upset. And my grandmother knew him personally. So enough. It's commercial. That's it. Sorry, take your monstrosity and go somewhere else because we don't want you here.
Laura, thank you for your public comment. Your time is up. I'm going to call on Willie in the audience. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm the one who tried to speak earlier and I had to switch computers.
Oh, good. I'm glad we were able to get you on. Okay, please proceed.
So I'm on College Court, and currently my view is very similar to the background of Sean. So I see that Sean picked a view of Mount Tam because Mount Tam is beautiful. Sean didn't pick a background of an ugly apartment building. Nobody wants to see that. So from my window and from my patio, I have this beautiful view that now is obstructed by orange markers. Pretty soon that's going to be obstructed by an apartment complex. So I'm trying to understand why, if the regulation is 25 feet, why the city would consider something that's more than double the 52 feet. I can understand if they wanted to go from 25 to 30 or 35 and they had good reason to do so, but the regulations are there for a reason. So why are we even considering this? I'm trying to understand why this is even a close call. To go from 2 stories to 4 stories seems ridiculous. And when we're talking about the importance of there's mezzanine and the rooftop deck, I mean, clearly that's not important. What you're hearing here from everyone's basically saying the same thing. It's not right for the neighborhood. It's not right for Magnolia. So if this many people can be in agreement on something like this, then I don't even understand why this is a close call. I object, and I think almost everyone in the community objects. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Brian. Brian B., you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is Brian Barber. I'm a Kenfield resident and I live just above, and this new structure is absolute monstrosity. It's going to take up the view of Corte Madera Creek, my sunrise, and it's just way too big, way too tall. I don't understand the mezzanine rooftop deck idea. We live in Marin County. There's a creek, there's paths, there's outside living and space all over the place. So for the developer to money grab and try and build multi-million-dollar 5-bedroom units on the, leveraging the state's, legal to put these below market rate housing, which I'm in complete support of, but this is not what this project is about. And I guess my biggest fear is kind of the deer in the headlights that the council and everybody I look at on this call, because I feel like there's nothing we can do because the state of California has put these laws in place, and you guys are all staring, saying, guys, there's nothing we can do about this because this is a new mandate, and it is what it is. And that's the biggest concern of all. I appreciate your time.
We appreciate your public comment. Thank you.
Hi, Jackie. I'm just going to step in for a minute. I said I would reevaluate it around 9:30. It's 9:30 now. I see 2 more hands up, but I believe they may be people who have already commented.
They have.
You want to
Yes,
just check if they've already commented, maybe they could put their hand back down if there's something specifically new they need to add. I mean, they've already had their 3 minutes of time.
Yeah, everybody right now that has their hand raised has already given a comment.
I don't know what our requirements or obligations are here. Do we need to? No, we don't. Okay.
If everybody who's interested in speaking has had an opportunity, you can close the public comment period and move on to commission discussion.
I did want to give a chance to the applicant to respond to a couple of comments that were raised, and if they can do it very succinctly. There was something about there was a comment about the oh wait, I see you.
Yeah, sorry. I do see one new hand.
New one, yeah, I just saw that too. Mr. Barr, I think it might be. So should we let's let him talk.
Okay. Okay, Bart, you are allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself. Bart, do you have a public comment to give? We cannot hear you.
Oh, what annoyance.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh. Okay, good. Oh, hi. Yeah, my name is Maridel Barr, and I live on Magnolia Avenue. I've lived here for many years, so I'm about 3 or 4 blocks from the proposed development. And I actually live across the street from an affordable housing community that's, I think, built by EHA, and it's really nicely done. It's a 2-story, 100% affordable housing, and it's got a nice setback, plenty of parking. It's a really nice place. I just wanted to make a comment because I do think this is going to have a big impact on the citizens of Larkspur. We are a town, a small town of 12 to 13,000 people, and it's a suburban town. So we are not really an urban destination. And this development really does look like an urban development from, 19th Avenue in San Francisco. I too lived here when there was 4 lanes of traffic, and then the gentrification took away the lane. So I'm really, I really don't believe that there will be sufficient parking regardless of what is being stated by the developer. So that's a real concern. And I really think that what Larkspur needs is, they need affordable housing. We need a whole development of affordable housing like we have across the street from where I live. And this only has 4 units. I'm also concerned that it's, so what is the best use of that land? That's a concern of mine. I'm concerned that it's a mismatch to the needs of Larkspur in terms of the suburban and urban concept. And also the kids' safe routes to school is also a big concern. So I just wanted to say thank you for letting me speak. And just finally, I do feel it's just totally out of scale to our community. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for your public comment, Ms. Barr.
Thank you, Jackie. There were some specific comments that were raised. If the applicant wants to ask questions, there was about the impact on the bike lane and whether the story poles were in the parking lane. There was some question mark around that. And also the impact on a road above the site and the parking impact on a stele. I thought those were very sort of specific questions that were asked. If the applicant wants to clarify what those impacts are, they can do so.
I'm looking for Anthony in the audience. Oh, there he is. Okay. You should have permission to speak if you'd like to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, it takes a little bit to rejoin. So there's a couple questions. So one is the impacts to Hillcrest when the hillside is going to be stable. That was one. The other was bike safety along Magnolia. And what was the third one, please?
The parking impact for on Estelle.
Okay, so let's take Corinne's comment first. Let's see, I'm going to share my screen and show you where we have identified those parking spaces. She's right, the sidewalk ends just behind, let me show you my screen and we can kind of clarify this, so bear with me, beg your pardon. Okay, let's go to something with a little more color. Bear with me. Right. So the parking lot, the sidewalk does end right about there. This is going to be widened. We'll improve this, all this here. And the spaces that are here currently will be augmented because we're removing the aprons. I think there's 2 here now. In fact, I know there's 2 here now. So I believe the total parking spaces there that we are proposing is 7. Does that answer the question?
You know, I'm not sure we're going to reopen the public comment specifically, but because this is not really supposed to be a dialogue.
Okay.
But maybe you could just go to the other 2 questions.
Sure. No, absolutely. So while we're looking at this, the thought, I mean, outside of creating this parking within these, I'm going to call them curb cuts, and I don't think that's the right word for those, but you kind of get the drift there. So the bike lane will be striped along the curb here at this portion. We'll go across the entry and we'll go along these cars here, but beyond these curb cuts. I'm also a cyclist. I ride out of Larkspur all the time. I've been up and down this. I was actually give a shout out to Julian Skinner for repaving it. Now my molars don't shake and will get chipped. Appreciate that. But I've ridden by cars before, so I'm, you know, I think we want as much parking as we can get here. So, you know, that is the answer there. We're going to be striping this along Magnolia. Yes, you will be passing cars here. But of the 18, if it's any consolation, there's only 4 on Magnolia that we're proposing that would be close to cyclists. And, you know, you do have to be careful when you're cycling. But that's a condition that's very common to road cyclers, me included. I'm familiar with it. And I do, you know, I'm extra careful around car doors. I think about this opening all the time. And then the last one was Hillcrest. And so I believe we still have Dan Dykeman or Kevin Ryan on the horn. Kevin, if you're available, and you wanted to chat a little bit about how you see the retaining wall being built and if there will be any impacts to the roadway at all. Could you address that, please? Thank you in advance.
Sorry, did you say this is Kevin Ryan?
Yes, please. Yeah, Kevin.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you're allowed to speak. You can unmute yourself, please.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks for having me. It's been a very entertaining session so far. You know, basically the hillcrest up above is kind of set back a little bit from the issues we're dealing with. You know, the idea of stabilizing the hillside to stop the rock falls and, you know, really reduce the potential for failures of it just has an improvement to the road up above. You know, if you can prevent the slope from raveling and continue the process that it's been doing for the last 60 years and shedding debris, then you're not going to lose the slope. Losing the slope is what would cause regressive failure and ultimately impact that road above. So I see nothing but a betterment to those conditions with the proposed project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Craig, and Mr. Ryan.
Certainly.
I thought I saw a hand up in the audience, but it's gone now. So if there's no further comments from the public.
We have a hand up from someone we've already heard from.
Oh, it
Gosh,
is.
I think we need to bring this to the
Yeah.
council. I think we're ready for that.
I think I think we've heard from everyone who wants to, who's had a chance to speak.
I do see a hand up from Kristen Hagan. I do not believe Kristen has given a comment.
Okay. All right. So anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak, I know we're required to let them speak. So if you could briefly make your comments, Ms. Hagan.
Kristen, you're allowed to speak, please.
Hi there. Thank you so much for hosting this meeting. I have a question about one of the comments that I thought was going to be addressed recently by the developer. It was not. It was the question of when the street was reduced from 4 lanes to 2 lanes with the turn lane in the middle, did that affect the envelope as we're looking at it? Where you are looking at the development, is there a piece of the property that has been surveyed that is within the boundaries of what used to be the 4 lanes? How does that then affect what the space is here, given that part of that is under the city management, given that it used to be part of the road?
Okay, if we can have that one question answered, and then we can bring it back to the commission.
Sure. It sounds like there may be a civil engineering aspect to that question, as well as a traffic engineering aspect. I do believe we've talked about this in the past. I'm going to ask either Lee or Megan from CBG, who's our civil engineer of record, to address. It sounds like a roadway ownership issue, but maybe Lee, you've interpreted it a little more clearly than me. Yeah, please look for either Lee or Megan. Jackie, please.
Lee's in the audience and is able to speak.
Great.
This is Lee Rosenblatt again. Thank you very much for letting me respond to the question. The rights of way of the project were reviewed by our surveyor and by the city as a part of the application for the project. You can see, for example, pretty clearly on this where it says existing building to remain, and just above it, you see kind of a line with a couple dashes in it, and some of those parking spaces are actually on the city side of the line. That is the right-of-way line, and then the south side being the project side. Exactly, there's the boundary. When you get to Estelle, you can see that there's actually some interesting jogs that are going on over there, and we specifically worked with the city and pulled the buildings back to ensure that there were no right-of-way takes for the project. So technically the sidewalk, for example, on Magnolia, the back of sidewalk is the right-of-way line. And all of this was surveyed as a part of the project and reviewed by the city. I don't know about a 4-lane road years back, unfortunately, but the right-of-way is definitely the way we've got it shown.
Thank you. Okay, I do see another comment in the audience.
This is Jeremy and Natasha. Jeremy and Natasha.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I'll be super brief. One question in this slide here, those orange parking spaces are city property, correct? So technically, as a resident of Larkspur, those belong to the public. I am one of the public. How is the developer able to claim those to satisfy their parking requirement? That's one question. Point 2, lot 2 is currently listed for sale. You can go to loopnet.com and find it listed for around $8 million. And the third comment, the developer is speaking to the economics of the project. It's just simply possible that they bought the property for too much money, and that's frankly not my problem. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you
we
for
have-
the
Sorry, Jackie. Can we have staff address the comment about the city parking? Or can someone address that? How the developer can claim that?
So technically, those are city spaces. They will be restriping, repaving the ones on Magnolia and Estelle that are in the sort of travel area. The spaces in front of the rustic bakery building are being retained. So those are existing spaces. So as in terms of allocating parking to the project, technically they are not part of the project site, but they are adjacent, and so they are part of the development sphere, I suppose. All those things considered, they are requesting not only a waiver from the retail commercial requirement, but are applying the residential standards that are afforded to them under the state law.
So with the parking areas designated in orange, part of the 36 parking areas
No,
they're offering,
so
they're not. Okay.
the 36 are the blue plus 2, which is 38. There's one ADA space there you can see between lot 1 and lot 2. There's a second ADA space for lot 2 that would be assigned to the rustic bakery. There are 3 new spaces that they'll create. And there's the existing 8 employee spaces in the rear.
Got it. Thank you, Sean. Okay, are we have we heard from everyone who's not had a chance to speak?
Asha, I do see one more hand raised, someone who hasn't spoken yet.
Okay.
I think maybe we could put a final call out. If you haven't had a chance to speak and you would like to speak, please raise your hand now. After this comment comes forth, if we don't have any new hands raised, we will be officially closing the public comment period. Kathleen, you're allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I understand that the city of Larkspur's hands are tied with this development because of the deadline. I think it was January 31st to submit the housing proposal. So anyway, to the extent that the city of Larkspur is tied, and us as residents in the area would like to make comments to the state of California, because that seems to be who is making the decision at this point. Who do we approach at the state level to voice our concerns and our opposition to this development?
These commissioners?
Yeah,
These guys?
they're going to comment after all of this.
I'm not sure I have an answer to that question, but perhaps you could give a call to the planning department tomorrow.
Yes, Kathleen, I would encourage you to email planning@cityoflarkspur.org, and we'd be happy to provide you with some additional information in that regard. Does that conclude your public comment at this time, Kathleen?
Well, it does, except I have a concern that there are a number of us on this call who really are opposed to this development. And it's not just me who would like to reach out to the city of Larkspur and know an avenue of opposition, but how is the city of Larkspur going to respond to those of us who are strongly opposed to this? And what can we do to voice our concerns? I think the city of Larkspur has a responsibility to us as citizens.
Well, I will add that attending this meeting tonight and making your voice heard is your first step, which is great. So thank you for doing that.
Well, and I appreciate you guys listening and being aware of this, but I just think that it can't end here, that there has to be a continued discussion, and the city of Larkspur has to continue to listen to us in the neighborhood.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. And please do reach out to the city tomorrow. I think there was an email provided that hopefully people took down who were listening. I think we need now to bring it back to the commission so we can discuss. We would like to discuss our comments and what we've heard tonight. We have listened to all the comments. We've read the comments that were submitted. I want to again thank everybody who took the time to speak and took the time to write in. It's really important that the public does that, and we really, really appreciate it. So at this point, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and bring it back to the commission. And I think I'm just going to ask for a volunteer to see who would like to go and share their comments first, rather than put anyone on.
I'm happy to go first. I mean, in response to, I think it was was it Christine, our last commenter, who said, what is it that we as a city can do, or what is it that a citizen of the city can do? This is what we're doing, as you pointed out. This is the point of public meetings, is to make the city listen to you, the citizens of Larkspur, to voice your either support or opposition to these projects. That's why I asked the question before, is what kind of means do we have, given the constraints it seems that we have from the state of California, to object to aspects of this project which we find objectionable, or support those which we like. It seems like the ability of us to do anything about a lot of this is very limited, but that's not going to stop me as a citizen of Larkspur and a planning commissioner saying that this building is too tall. This building is not attractive. This building needs significant redesign to fit into the landscape of Larkspur and make it more attractive and make it more acceptable to the city and to the members of the community. I think that it would be a disservice to Larkspur residents to plow through and use the state laws to basically push a project through which has such significant community opposition to it. And I think that nothing good is going to come of that. And it's clear that there are people who do support this, and we've read many of the comments of people. And I do believe in development, and I do believe in good development. But I think that a lot of the things that were addressed here do confirm my initial biases about it, is that, again, it's too tall. It's not designed to fit into the neighborhood. It's not designed to increase public safety, because the biking thing is critical, and safe routes to school for children is critical. And these need to be addressed and mitigated before I can give any kind of approval for this project. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Swisher. Thank you. And I see Commissioner Wagstaff was ready to make some comments.
Yes, I'm basically ready. I think this is an interesting puzzle, and I'm still not totally sure what we can and can't control in any sort of way. It seems like we can't control much. However, first of all, I think this project could be a good one. I think it could be a better use for that piece of property. But I also think it can benefit from revisions and tweaks. Basically, I think the building mass can be lowered.
the developer is pretty much saying he needs all this in order to make the numbers work. That's hard to believe. It really, you know, for what condominiums that I've been participated in, they're selling for in Larkspur for a lot. And I don't think you need 4 stories to accomplish a saleable product. You also don't need 10-foot ceilings. Maybe the main floor where the kitchen area is 9 feet, and maybe the bedrooms could be 8 feet even. But there are ways to lower this building that I don't think will compromise the value of the units. I think the mezzanine idea is not a good one. Personally, I think the 4th floor could go away. Maybe 1 or 2 units have something like that, just for variety. Also, I think the parapets can slope back, which would lower the upper plate, which in effect visually lower the building. There's just a lot of, these are 5-bedroom units. They don't need to be 5-bedroom units. So I'm not sure exactly what we can do about it. I'm still trying to figure that out. Our objective design standards have been submitted, but I don't think they've been accepted yet. So anyway, that's just off the top of my head, a few comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagstaff. Commissioner Campbell, would you like to share your comments?
Yeah, sure. I just want to first of all thank everybody who wrote in and who's here at the meeting tonight. It's your participation that makes local government work, so thank you. I want to say that I like the idea of redeveloping these buildings that have been vacant for a long time. I think that something should be done at that site. And we do need housing in the Bay Area, Larkspur. And so I appreciate that we're trying to do that. The building is a lot taller than all of the other buildings in the neighborhood. I think, like Commissioner Wagstaff said, if there are ways to reduce the height of the building, which I think would help to alleviate a lot of the community concerns that we heard today. The parking issue, I mean, one spot for 20 condominiums seems like it's not a lot, but they are following the published guidelines. So I'm not sure. I think, kind of echoing what Commissioners Wagstaff and Swisher said, not sure what we can do here tonight to have the developer address the concerns that we've heard today. It's obviously a complicated set of laws that are governing what we can and can't do.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Campbell. And then finally, Commissioner Williamson.
Thanks, Nasha. So I would say, I think at a high level, part of what I think is really getting to the community the most here as well is that this at face value is a self-described multifamily unit, but then, a closer look in, and these are, as Brock mentioned, 5-bedroom, 4-story plans, which is not consistent with, I think, most people's mental model of what a multifamily unit is. And so then when you combine that with the cycling issues, the safety issues, the parking issues, the privacy issues, I don't want to repeat what the other commissioner said too much, but I think that's really at the crux of this issue. I think that one thing that does bear, I think, being worth called out is just that, this is starting to get at the point of everyone in Larkspur knows that we need more multifamily housing. That's only going to come through compromise, which rarely feels good. A lot of people said that if we put multiple floors in, it's going to feel like San Francisco, which is true, but that's coming from a perspective of most of the members of our community who own homes that are multi-million-dollar homes, and most folks don't have equal opportunity to live in San Francisco or Marin. They're usually priced out of Marin and live in San Francisco because of that. So I guess my only, comment, which is more of a public comment than a commissioner comment, is I think we need to, get comfortable with the idea that bringing multifamily units to Larkspur is not going to be pain-free. It's going to come at a cost, and that cost is the reversal of gentrification in a lot of ways. This current project, I absolutely don't support. I would love to do anything to reduce the size and increase, the fit within Larkspur, but that's my real point outside of that. So thanks.
No, thank you. Thank you for your comments. And just to go at finally from myself, I actually don't disagree with any of my fellow commissioners. I will say that this is an underutilized, rather sad, empty site. And, as we all know, the city is required to find 929 housing units. So I appreciate the fact that the developers have stepped up to tackle this site. However, we don't want any new development to come in unchecked and without scrutiny. So I don't necessarily think that this project is quite on point. Personally, I don't love the design. I find it quite blocky. I really am struggling with the height and the bulkiness. There were some interesting comments that came up tonight, which have made me think if we can ask the developers to go back and have a look again at, I don't know exactly what we can force them to do it, but we can request, and I am hoping that they will comply because of the fact that this is a city and they want to build something that is the city will support. I know there's going to be a transportation report, so perhaps they could complete that first and come back. They'd suggested some redesigns on the roof. Maybe they could submit some plans so we could see those. And as part of that, if they'd like to consider some of the comments from the commissioners tonight on reducing bulk, reducing mass, reducing floor plates, Commissioner Wagstaff had some very specific suggestions that I think we would welcome if they could take into account. There was the condition about having it all electric, and there was a condition about landscaping. So if that could also be included as well. So that's my thought on this. I'm going to defer to staff to see what the next step is. I'm not sure if we make a motion of some kind, or maybe it's the city attorney that I need to get guidance from.
We can ask the applicant if they would like to return with revised plans to show what they had shown earlier in the meeting. I haven't seen those plans either. And or alternatively, you could amend the resolution that we provided you today that had some amended conditions in order to approve the project subject to the reduced plate heights, which is in that resolution, and also add additional conditions such as pushing back the mezzanine and decks as shown earlier at this meeting, making the project all electric with all native landscaping. That would take care of, I believe, there was a comment about Brock made about pulling back the roof decks to make them essentially sloping the roofs back where the roof deck railings are. But the plan that they showed this evening would have already pulled those roof railings back onto the roof. It's hard to condition on something that we haven't seen yet, but so anyway, that's one suggestion, is if you wanted to take the resolution that we've recommended and add additional conditions to address these comments and then approve the project subject to those conditions, that would put the applicant in a position to have to appeal if he did not like the conditions, or request to see if the applicant was willing to submit revised plans that you could take a look at another hearing.
Oh, at least the way I understand it
I
is
would
we have,
lean on asking the applicant to submit revised plans. Can you all hear me? I had to switch my audio here. Can you hear
yes,
me? Yeah. But I'm curious to know what my commissioners would think on that.
at least don't we have, earlier right at the beginning, we were told that this had to be decided within 5 meetings.
Yes, but we've only had, this is the first meeting.
Right.
So,
So-
and we just determined the application complete fairly recently, so you have time.
So could we ask the applicant to consider the recommendations that we made and to come back at a date undetermined, and either address those or say they're not going to address them, or maybe they can say that now, but it would give them an opportunity to absorb some of the things that we've talked about, rather than approving it. Because we technically don't have to approve it tonight, do we?
I would be,
Yeah, so
I would
what
be
I
inclined to agree. I would like to do that too.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so it is an
Go ahead,
option to continue the matter. Because of state law, we should schedule it as soon as possible. And as observed, there's a limit to 5 meetings. That includes the appeal to the city council. But if you wanted to continue the matter, or a potential appeal to the city council, if you wanted to continue the matter to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to the comments that the chair summarized and that Elise summarized, that is an option.
I guess I'd like to also point out that one of the options provided by the staff report is that we can deny the project based upon the fact that the safety issues cannot be mitigated. And some of those safety issues would be parking, and safety for pedestrians and safety for safe bike routes to school. I'm just pointing that out. That is an option that we have in front of us. Is that true?
It is an option. I think it likely that decision would be appealed to the city council.
And I guess that would be fine by me.
Yeah, and also I just want to observe that given I won't reiterate all of the things that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting, but at this stage, denial of the project based on public safety concerns requires a level of the identification of a specific type of public safety issue that it would be difficult to say has been established on the record before the commission tonight.
Understood.
And I don't think we need to go there yet. I think we can ask the applicant to address some of our concerns.
No, I agree, Brock. I'm just saying that given that's one of the options, I do think that I did hear that very specifically from members of the community. In fact, many of the comments were directly addressing that issue. And I think one of the conditions for continuance would be more specific addressing of these public safety issues. And I'll just enumerate them. 1 is safe routes to schools. 2 is parking and pedestrian safety. And 3 is the potential fire plan that is much more specific and delineated about what some of these issues are. I'm just raising them because that is what I heard from the community.
So is the next step here to ask the applicant to resubmit revised plans based on some of the issues that were raised today and some of the safety issues that were just raised by Commissioner Swisher?
I don't see their hands raised, but if the applicant would like to make a comment as to whether or not they're willing to make modifications, that would be good. All right, I'm gonna.
Hi, this is Anthony Craig. Really appreciate your deliberations. For what it's worth, it sounds very measured, and I appreciate that because I know that this is a lot for the community to take in. It's very different. I was also encouraged by Commissioner Williamson's comments because times are changing. And this is a first glimpse of that. And I know a lot of people don't like that. It is not our intent to offend. Again, I'd like to point out that anyone that wanted to speak to us, and many people reached out, we sat down with them at Rustic, or we went on mountain bike rides with them, took them out to lunch. You know, I've extended myself to anyone that wanted to speak with me. I have an appointment set up next week. I think Julia, maybe it's the week after. And I'll meet with her and her father, who I think have just started zeroing in on the plans. I'm open to do that. And I also want to highlight how many changes and accommodations we've already made over the last 20 months. Okay. Parking is not a safety concern. And so that does deserve a finding. I'm responding to, or I'm looking at some text from my attorney now. So forgive me if this sounds like I'm coming across in a disjointed manner. You know, comments relative to disbelief and traffic. I understand a lot of this is emotional. I would encourage those folks and anyone who hasn't read the traffic report to do that. Please contact the fire department and they will tell you that what they see is fine. I have, and safe routes to school are routes that are designated. And I think those routes are for people, children that are walking to school. And if you're walking on sidewalks, typically that are buffered by parking, that is safer. I don't quite get that. And as far as traffic, again, read the report. There is a net reduction in traffic. That's a fact. It was made clear not only by our traffic engineer, who has cut her teeth in Marin County, but also the city's traffic engineer. I mean, these are things that I'm happy to repeat because I know a lot has been reviewed tonight, and it can be complex. You know, this isn't, I think, difficult to understand, but it's a lot of detail. So I get it. As far as lowering the heights, we're not going to do that. And I've explained why. And if anyone has a disbelief on financials, I'm happy to meet with them. I can't show you the financials. Anyone that would ask for that, you know, that's not the way that's done. If you've ever been party to a private placement memorandum or subscription agreement, you know, there's confidentiality clauses. You can't do that. And the law does put the onus on the local jurisdiction to prove otherwise. This is exactly why we funded not one, but two different third-party fiscal analyses on our project. This is, again, one of the many things we've done over 20 months. And as far as architecture, we worked for, I don't know, Adam, how long was that? A good month, if not more, with the city architect. So if we're going to be called back to do something, I'm not opposed to that, but I want to understand what basis is it? Is the basis people being upset? I mean, we're trying to follow the rules here. And again, you know, now I'm starting to get a little emotional, but you know, I've done this for a long time. I've heard these comments for 30 years, right? And it's my belief and it's my spirit, and it's always been my intention to treat communities with respect and try to work with them. Again, this is what we've been doing for 20 months. And I'll end there. I just don't enjoy the notion that somehow we're being less than genuine. You know, we know what we're doing. But if there's something else that you can think of that we can do, I think we've demonstrated that we've been willing to do that. We've done that, lowering the height on the lid plates on the second floor. We can't do that. Again, one of the accommodations we've made is putting those retail corners in. What is minimally required for success of those condo spaces, and time will tell, hopes are not high, is 10 feet, right? That pushed these things up a little bit higher than they would normally otherwise. But if they're 10 now on second and third floor, and we limit this, or we lower those 1 or 1.5 feet to 2 or 3 feet total, I don't understand, why that would create some gravity around or momentum behind a motion to approve. So I'm having difficulty with that, and perhaps I'm not seeing something, and I'm open to that. But that's one thing we can't do. We've pushed back that mezzanine beyond the point where anyone will see that from the sidewalk. But anyways, I'll stop. I'm sorry, but we've been working on this quite some time and spent a lot of money doing this. And again, we're trying to obey the law of the land. And if there's anything else, commissioners, that you think that we're missing that could be done to, reach further across the table, we're willing to talk about it. We're willing to seriously look into that. A lot of these recent things we've done, we were just asked to do that Thursday of last week. We have hustled across over the weekend to make those changes. And before we made them, we had to make sure that they were all financially viable. So that required a lot of underwriting. So it's not that we're lazy. It's not that we want to be difficult. We're in a tough spot here because of what the nature of infill development is. Anyways, so that's it. If there's any other ideas, I'm happy to hear them. I would like to make folks happier as well. It's not that we don't.
Mr. Craig, so again, as I said earlier, we really like the fact that you are on this project in this site. We're happy that you're willing to work to do this. And we understand that for the last 20 months you've been working with the local city planning department, and we appreciate that you've redesigned your project based on their feedback. So thank you again for that. You're now before the Planning Commission, which is a public hearing. So there are comments from the public, and also the commissioners have comments, and you have asked us a couple times now to give you feedback, and that you be willing to take any specific comments that we may have on your project. You would gladly sort of listen to those and talk about those. For specifically, I know Commissioner Wagstaff had some very clear suggestions. I don't know if you could reiterate those, Brock, but I thought some of those were very sensible. I know when I was talking about my comments, they were kind of broad, sort of bulk mass kind of type comments. I know you had already started to address them regarding the roof, and there was a setback on the roof. I'd like to see more, see some designs on that. Brock, do you want to reiterate some of the comments you had? I know.
Well, okay, so I always hate it when other people design my projects for me, and I really am not trying to do that with them. I disagree with the fact that you couldn't lower the plates and people would be satisfied with 9-foot ceilings. 9-foot ceilings, even in mansions, seem to be adequate. But I didn't do the financial whatever they did to determine how to make the project work financially. I guess my thought would be, so if we deny it, it goes to the city council, presumably. And I just think that this is a big building. I don't think they need the 4-story. And I think they could make the numbers work. Personally, I feel that way. They say that's not true. So there we are. And I don't know how much say we really have. It appears not much. And I think the parking is a major issue. To not have on-site parking for guests, I've just never seen a development done that way. So they're depending on the street frontage, city parking
for guest parking. I don't think that's the right thing to do. So there we are.
Natasha, I mean, I think that I mean, essentially, I think the sense that we have is that we're sort of stymied here as a commission as to what, as we said at the very beginning, my first comment is maybe I'm not understanding law in that there's really not much it seems that we can do other than we could just express our displeasure. So again, let me comment, and I understand that, and I really do appreciate the architect and the developer's perspective on this and their desire to have this done. We get it. I'm a capitalist. I believe in this too, you know, capitalism. But at the same time, I'm going to express displeasure with the design and with the bulk and with the mass and with the height and all these things that I find objectionable and many in the community find objectionable. Beyond that, I mean, so we're on record that that's what my objections are. And I think many of the other people, and I agree, we need affordable housing. I totally find that is true. I do not think this is affordable housing. I think there's 2 units or small, and it's a way of getting around having to get actual approval in this particular instance from the planning commission and cities, et cetera, using state laws on affordable housing to push this thing through. That is my opinion. So that's what I want to say about it.
Thank you, Commissioners Wagstaff and Swisher. I know I see Campbell and Commissioner Williamson have comments.
Liam, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my only question really for Anthony is you know, there's, I think a lot of this, I guess, a lot of your willingness to, you know, bend your plans comes down to the financials. You mentioned there is like a PPM and offering docs. I think something that is probably important is the context around that. You know, I don't myself work in real estate investing, but I know that typically it, you know, runs at like a 6 to 10% unlevered, and then you know, put 60 to 70% of debt on it, and all of a sudden you get out 30% returns, which is more than, you know, by, you know, a lion's share than what an average, you know, single family home, you know, individual might make on their home. And so I think, you know, that would be honestly helpful context for us to actually be able to substantiate this idea of, you know, do the returns make sense or not? You know, many people become billionaires on on real estate investing, and I know that those returns are much better than what an average person can get. So it would be helpful to, you know, if you'd be willing to share a PPM behind a NDA or something like that, that would be also very helpful for us to take a look at.
I think Commissioner Campbell, you had
yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that you know, this project has 4 affordable housing units, and you know, I think we need to encourage the development of any affordable housing units. I mean, I am kind of in agreement with I guess the rest of the commission that, you know, I feel like that the plate heights could be shorter, and I think that 4 feet off the top would help. But you know, even beyond that, it's still going to be a tall building. You know, 4 feet off the top is still 46 feet at the highest point. You know, I think I guess I appreciate that the applicant, the developer, has you know, worked with the planning department and held public meetings before this. I mean, I do think that there are ways that they could make it shorter, but I guess I'm just kind of echoing what everyone else is saying, that not quite sure what our remedies are here. Seems like they're in compliance with the law. They say that financials won't work out. I think the city attorney said that we're not in a position to dispute any of that.
Thank you. So it sounds like we're back to kind of where we started, which is we either excuse me, ask the applicant to consider some of our comments that they've heard tonight and come back with a redesign. And if they're not willing to do that, then it sounds like we can make a conditional approval. Maybe Elise, you can nod your head or decline. Yeah, we would make a conditional approval based on some of the recommendations that we could make, like, I guess, reduced floor plates or yeah, but the other comments we've heard tonight. So do we? I'm willing
I've
to
got to
answer.
actually.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was going
I've
to
got
say,
one more.
go ahead, Liam, please.
There was one more there was one comment in the beginning of the meeting about offsite parking and how they would make a good faith effort to provide offsite parking in addition to what they've already got on site. Is there any more information on that, or is that just a down the road condition of development that they're going to make a good faith effort, or is there a way that we can?
There's really no way to enforce that. So we're asking them to make an effort to work with neighbors to see if they could get additional parking or some sort of agreements, but we don't have any enforcement mechanism for that.
Okay.
I just have to say that based on the comments by the applicant, it didn't sound like he's willing to return with revised plans, and they're still objecting to lowering the plate heights. So the idea of continuing it just to see if they might, you could do that. But I have the feeling that you'll just be at another hearing like this and having to make this decision at the end of it.
Yeah, and I guess I'll add a couple of comments at this point. So you as the commission can add or modify conditions as long as they do not either deny the project or make the project infeasible in a way that would result in denial. But you also are going to have to, if there are additional conditions that you want to add based on the comments, you'll need to help us articulate those into conditions that could be included into the resolution. I think, though, that the applicant themselves did, as part of their presentation, show a modified design for the mezzanines and the roofs and decks. And so one condition would be that the approval be based on the design as shown tonight. And then as to the roof plates, the applicant has been clear that the floor to ceiling plates, that they don't intend to change that. Their legal counsel has submitted a letter today that was added to your packet. I would treat that as, in essence, a request for a waiver of the condition that was already included in the packet to reduce those heights. I think that on balance, given the laws, we've discussed it tonight, they're probably entitled to that waiver. So I think that based on that correspondence, that in condition 4 in the resolution, basically taking out the first sentence of condition 4, the rest of it appears to be fine. But I guess what I would say overall is, you are in a difficult situation in which state law has significantly reduced your discretion over this project. And while there, as I described at the beginning of my comments, there is some room for you to add conditions, as described in the staff report, both in writing and in Sean's presentation. The project does comply with the city standards as modified through the density bonus laws, and the record as currently, based on the record tonight, under those same provisions of state law that we've discussed, there isn't sufficient evidence, in my view, to substantiate a denial. Ultimately, I can't tell you to vote to approve it, but I can tell you that if you do deny it, then we would anticipate an appeal, and you would be putting the council in the position of having to approve it, to consider it based on that record. We may well, if you approve it, we may well see an appeal to the council anyway. But there is, in terms of the record that we're creating, you do have an obligation to consider the project in the context of the state law, even if you find it disagreeable.
Thank you for that clarity. So for my fellow commissioners, the conditions of approval in the package, it's page 12 of 20. If you want to look at those are the ones that are already in there. If we want to add the modified designs to the mezzanine and deck as presented tonight, we could also add the all-electric requirement that was agreed to tonight. We could also add, there was a landscaping one that was also agreed to tonight. And we could also put into there additional guest parking and allow, or just see if the applicant wishes to handle that or appeal that. It sounds like it might not be worth it to put in the floor plates because that's not going to be complied with and we can't require that. Any thoughts from anyone else?
Can you draft a motion?
I think we should put in the floor plates and let them appeal it, but that's just me.
So what happens there if we put that in? The two routes are that either they'll comply or they have to formally appeal that one piece of the resolution to City Council, or they all appeal the whole thing to City Council.
It's all that was already included in the conditions that are in the packet in front before you. It's the first sentence in condition of approval 4 on page 12 of 20. So you don't need to add anything unless I'm mistaken, Sean. You look like maybe you were okay. So that's already there. But then the route would be that if you approved it with that condition in place, the applicant would then have the opportunity to either appeal only that issue or to file an appeal of the entire project. And members of the public would have an opportunity to file an appeal as well.
I see. Okay, so they could take the two. Okay,
everybody would need to specify in the appeal as filed what issues they're raising, basically.
Okay, so I'd like to make a suggestion to the commission to see if we want to keep the conditions of approval as currently drafted and adding in the all electric, the transportation report. The transportation report's already been carried out, right? Am I understanding that? There's nothing new, or is there something new that's coming?
No, there's already a traffic report as part of the record.
Okay, but there's a circulation assessment permit that's coming.
Yeah, the resolution we sent out this evening or late this afternoon has findings for a circulation assessment permit. So it would have been something you received it by email today. We can read them into the record if that would be helpful, but there's some recommendations for modifications in that document. One, to add the findings for the circulation assessment permit. And then there's some modified conditions, some of which we did discuss with the applicants and could agree upon. But one suggestion I have, it would be great if you could make a decision tonight. But we could, based on the comments you've said, return with the revised resolutions that you could actually read the conditions too. That would be another option if you want us to return with a new resolution that details what you've discussed tonight, so you could read it and then approve it at a future meeting.
If we approve the resolution as written, that would call for the lowered ceiling heights, would it not?
That's correct.
And they would then make the appeal, presumably.
Likely.
But we can't necessarily insert did they formally add the mezzanines being moved back? Is that?
No, they haven't submitted revised plans to the city. So we would just be putting that in as a condition of approval that the design would be as they showed you tonight.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Sounds like we're.
So we would just supplement so there's the conditions of approval that was in the package that I was reading initially, but as Elise reminded me, there was a further draft that was provided late by email right before the meeting started. That's the one that includes the circulation assessment permit language. And there was some building permit language that was already added into that, section 7.
And the bond.
So, yeah, yes. So we could supplement that if we wanted to with on-site parking for guests. I don't know if we want to do that or not. I will defer to you if you want to add that. I think they already agreed to the all electric and the landscaping.
Do we need to add
But
those?
you can add both of those as conditions since the applicant has said they would comply with them.
Okay, so we could do that. So what do we want to do about on-site parking and adding additional parking? Do we want to do that or not?
And Scott may want to comment, but the parking seems like a very clear issue that we don't have any control over. Those requirements for parking are very specific. There's not a lot of gray area in the state law about parking requirements.
Yeah, the waivers pretty much allow them to modify the parking however they want. I also think there's, I think you can see by the site design, there isn't really room on the site to add additional guest parking without modifying the project in a way that they can't be required to modify it. At least I don't know what the solution to that would be. You could, similar to the commercial parking, require a good faith effort to identify and come to an agreement about offsite parking for guests. But as Elise said, it doesn't require more than a good faith effort to do that.
Well, and I don't think there's any teeth that you can bring to bear on that. So I don't see what the point of doing that would be.
So do we need to come up with some language tonight for the other 2 items, or how does that work? Do we need to make a resolution with saying, I'm just trying to figure out how the next step is.
I do think you're close that we could. And so, I mean, my recommendation would be to try to add language to that resolution and then approve it.
Sorry, my only question though is process-wise, if we've already put in the height reduction, which we know they're going to balk at and appeal up to the city council. Also, it wasn't even necessarily clear to me that everyone here would approve, would actually be supportive should they make those changes. I guess maybe I'm looking at the decision tree and it seems like all roads lead to them appealing one thing or the other and going to city council. Is that correct or no?
It sounds like it, although maybe it is the hope that they might consider it. That might be a false hope, but. So, well, I mean, I'm open at this point.
My only comment then is, given it seems like everyone is not supportive, perhaps the best thing to do is to move to do the denial, knowing that they will appeal and go to city council, and let the public re-comment and let them, like if they truly want to push something through that most folks in the community don't want, make them have to make that case in the most public way possible, I guess is my maybe rebuttal.
If we include some of the other conditions, such as, the all electric or native plants, is this our chance to, it's getting appealed to city council, sounds like likely getting appealed to city council regardless of what we do here tonight. is this our chance to put those things in writing tonight instead of, sending it to city council as is? We could send it to city council essentially with some additional conditions of approval, including all electric, native plants, the plans as we've seen tonight. I mean, we could cement those, it seems like, in the conditions tonight and send it to, and likely have it sent to city council, or we could likely send it to city council as is. It seems like this is our opportunity to make what little change we can on this project. Is that?
I think that's a correct perception about the current situation, and I think we can orally craft conditions that around those two issues that you could as part of a motion add to the conditions of approval.
Yeah, it's three issues. Yeah, it's the plants and the electric and the redesign plans. Yeah.
Yes.
Are we good with that? I hear what you're saying, Max, that there is an option where we could just deny, in which case they would have to appeal to city council, but then it sounds like we wouldn't have an opportunity to add anything, at least at the planning level here. Do we want to let Mr. Craig respond to our comments? I'm kind of curious to see if he has a solution that might be amenable to everyone. I'm hopeful here. As you can see, we're trying to make this work, but we would love to hear from you, Mr. Craig. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, it always takes a little bit of time when it's rejoining. One thing that came to me, I mean, what we said about the floor plates is true. And, I hear you, Commissioner Wagstaff, and at some point I'd like to have coffee and explain things to you. And I really appreciate what you do. I'm married to an architect, and you guys work extremely hard. And so anyway, what I'm thinking, and I'm just trying to bend the brain a little bit. What if we're able to lower it without lowering the floor plates? I think you said something, Commissioner Wagstaff, about roof design. We're able to alter the roof design on the mezzanine to effectively lower the overall height to the dimension you seek.
Is this in addition to what you suggested earlier, your redesign of the roof and the mezzanine?
Well, the mezzanine for sure. Yeah. Look, if I said I'm going to do something, it's done. All right. My words, my bond, and yes, I'm not just showing you stuff. So all electric, native plants, mezzanine's moving back, write it down. I'll do it. But back to the commission, and particularly Commissioner Wagstaff, because I think you may have mentioned something about roof design. So my question to you all is, if I can alter the design of the roofs to achieve the overall dimension sought, which is 2+ feet, will you approve it with the conditions we've already stated? I'm just trying to serve that intent.
Sorry, I have a question. So how much are you're suggesting you reduce it by?
Well, right now, I believe our project description and density bonus report specifies a height waiver to go to 54 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think that's the case. What if I could get to 51?
So 3 feet.
Look at that. I'd have to, obviously work with the designs team. So forgive me if this sounds like I'm shooting from the hip, but that is the goal that I would like to achieve. Would that work?
Commissioners?
That'll lower the height. If it serves the intent, does that work?
It sounds, for
I'm
me, it sounds like, oh, go ahead, Brock.
If I'm understanding what you're saying, you're basically saying you're lowering the front facade point by 3 feet, but you're not really lowering the building. Is that right?
3 feet.
You're lowering the building 3 feet?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Where would that come from?
And you all want.
That's, I believe what you're doing is taking the top off the mezzanines, is that?
Well, I don't even know yet, Commissioner Wagstaff. I'm just trying to get an agreement that if I do what you want, and what I understand you want is to have the overall height lowered. If I can do that, will that work? I'll have to look into this, but I want to understand that I've got conditional support if I can achieve what you want, and I'll put energy into doing so. I mean, it's what you want, right?
Well, what I would want is to eliminate the mezzanine and to lower the plates, so the whole building.
Well, that's a lot more than 3 feet.
That's correct.
So if
but-
we lowered so before we were just talking about lowering the lid heights, which to a foot or a foot and a half, that's 3 feet. Now I'm hearing something different.
No, I think moving those to the back is probably, I don't think people will see them from the street. I think that was a reasonable solution to that.
Thank you.
Again, I just have a slight problem with what's basically a 5-bedroom house or condominium.
We're changing subjects now.
Yeah.
If that's okay, but I haven't heard about height. I understand that's the issue. And if it's morphing into bedrooms,
Yeah, so if you can,
help me out.
if you could drop it 3 or 4 feet, I would say that's okay.
Yeah, and by the way, we don't have 1 5-bedroom in here. What are you referring to?
You've got a bedroom on the ground floor and you've got the mezzanine, which can serve as a bedroom.
Let's look at the floor plans. We don't have 5 bedrooms. Let's see. Do I still have you? I beg your pardon. I clicked.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
All right, I beg your pardon. Let me share my screen and let's do some counting here. Okie doke. Let's see. 1 bedroom is a 4-3.
So start at the garage. Yeah, there you go.
So that's a 4-bedroom. That's plan 1.
That's the low income one, right?
Yes, sir.
So go to the other one.
Okay, this is the plan 2. This is, let's see, it's 4. I see 2 on the 3rd floor.
1 on the
0 on the 2nd floor, and I see 1 on the 1st floor.
Unfortunately,
and the master, so that's 4.
All the people are covering up the garage side. I can't move your plan.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Does that help? I beg your pardon.
So the garage has a bedroom.
Yeah, so that's 1. That's 1st floor.
And then you go to the floor, and then you have
0, right?
3 here.
Right, so that's 4.
And then you have the mezzanine, which could serve as a bedroom.
I don't think so. That doesn't have a closet.
But it wouldn't take much to put a closet in, and you have a deck. But I'm just saying they're big. They're big. So these look like they could be offices, bedrooms. You have a half bath. The mezzanine's not so usable because it doesn't have a bathroom, which would be a pain to trot down the stairs at night.
You got that right. I know it would be for me.
It would be for me too.
So no, I hear you. Yeah, you think they're too big, but that's okay. What do you think about my idea on height? I want to work with you.
I think, we're, as somebody pointed out, our hands are somewhat tied. So if you can get 3 feet.
But I still want to work with you. I'm not telling you to lump it. I'm actually willing to do something. Again, this is our brand. This is what we do. Let's chat. I want to look, if you want it lowered 3 feet, and I say I can lower it 3 feet, why can't you approve it? That's what you want.
Long as it doesn't get lowered by taking the tilted roof on the mezzanine and dropping it down.
Commissioner Wagstaff, I think we could include a condition that would require them to reduce their height exception, their height waiver request to 51 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think we're just trying to clarify how he's going to do it. Because
So I'm just saying that if the concern is that it's merely appearance rather than an actual reduction in height. If the waiver request is reduced to 51 feet, then they'll have to figure out how to fit it within 51 feet instead of 54 feet.
Right, but what I want to see the front facade or the main part of the building, the mezzanine parts upstairs have tilted roofs, and if you just drop the roof, you drop 3 feet. So I don't want to be playing games about how you reduce 3 feet. If you reduce the main building 3 feet, I'm game, which I think will mean lowering the plate heights in each of the rooms to 9 feet, which is more than adequate.
So Mr. Craig, are you willing to work with us on that?
No, because we're lowering the lid heights. And I told you we can't do that. And I'm willing to change the design of the building to lower the overall height as it's currently perceived on plan. And we're getting to the area why the state laws were written. This is proving the point of those laws. So look, I'm happy. Look, I'm trying to work with you.
But it sounds like, I think the concern is it needs to be a true drop of 3 feet.
What's your definition of true drop?
Well, Brock's just explained.
From the top of the 3rd floor, it needs.
Yeah, so what Brock is saying, forgive me, Commissioner Chalmers and Wagstaff, is he really doesn't want the height reduced. He wants the lid plate reduced. That's what he's saying. Because
that is the height.
Well, so's the roof. And so we're kind of quibbling about belly button lint. Look, if we did not need those lid heights where they are, we would lower those. And again, when all this dust is settled, I'd love to take you out for whatever beverage you prefer and explain it to you. I mean, I underwrite these things every day, all day long. This is not hooey. We need it. And I'm wanting to work with you, and I'm willing to do whatever I can outside of preserving that, which allows me to support my revenue projections. And that would include the roof. It may include something else. I mean, I'm not an architect, you are. I remain open for other ideas, but if you're fixated on the lid heights for some reason, when something else can be done to lower the height, I'm just perplexed about that.
So I understand correctly, you're saying if you reduce the building height by 3 feet, that will eat into your revenue projections?
If I reduce lid heights, absolutely. When you walk into a room and it has different heights, those heights have different values in the current market. And I would agree with Commissioner Wagstaff. I built condos and townhomes 20 years ago, and first they started at 8, then 8.5, then 9, 9.5. The market is changing, and we're just trying to deliver to that market. You know, we're not pulling your leg. If again, anything we can do, we're going to do. And we've demonstrated that, and we're demonstrating that right now, but we're being pressed for reasons that are perplexing to me. If I can achieve an overall height reduction of that building of 3 feet, please let me for you.
Does removing the roof deck solve that as an alternative? Just taking.
Well, the roof deck really doesn't have any elevation. You know, the issue, I think, is the mezzanine in general, which, if I'm understanding you clearly, and please correct me if I'm misspeaking, Commissioner Wagstaff, he wants the lid height reduced.
If you.
And we can achieve a reduction by
Right,
changing
but we're
other
trying to
things.
find another way to do this. And if you can't do the floor plate, like maybe, I'm trying to figure out like removing the roof deck, removing the mezzanine.
Do you have a
We've moved the mezzanine back so you can't see it from the sidewalk. We've moved,
As you said, it's not even a bedroom, so does it
It's
even
not a
add that
bedroom.
much? Does it even add that much value?
it does, yeah, and that's kind of the guidance that we respect from our marketing consultant, which is why we hire them. We don't be, deeply expert in any one of the 47 disciplines that it takes to, deliver this to market. So we have confidence in them, and we listen to them, and we design to them, and they're well known and they're well regarded, and they hit their numbers. And so, when you're out syndicating a project and smart investors say, well, what are you doing and why, and who do you have on your team? There's certain reasons why you hire certain people, because people have confidence in them, and you can garner investment so that you can, deliver one of these things to the market.
Are you able to go to a section through the building this way?
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely. So let me see, what do we got here? What do we got? Let's start here. Okay, so this is building A, and this is the corner of, you can still see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is the Estelle Magnolia corner. And this is the section. So what we've done, Commissioner Wagstaff, is push this back.
Right, I got that.
All the way back.
Yeah. What I'm looking for is a section, got it. I keep using my arrow and I know you can't see it. Straight down through the narrow part of the building. In other words, through the garage door and through the entry.
Let me refer to my team here. Both my architects are probably hitting me between the eyes on text right now.
Probably would be.
Let's see. I'm gonna click through these and
it's on sheet 22 as I remember, but
23.
All right, I have confidence in your memory. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. Nice job.
So these are not really useful sections, just in terms of, because it doesn't show how this is built.
Excuse me, can you hear me? This is Adam Gardner.
Yeah.
Okay, the next sheet's better, actually.
Yeah.
And we did create that special red line with the little guy standing on the sidewalk cross section, which shows the mezzanine pushed back. So that might actually be the best one to pull up, Tony, if you could. That might be a separate exhibit. There it is. Yep. Right there.
Right. So what I think I'm hearing him say is, and I'm suggesting you do this too, is that solid railing gets removed and a little roof goes up to another solid railing held back, which equivalently lowers the facade front there.
Yeah, and I think there's two aspects to that. One is because we're pushing the roof mezzanine back and identifying the space directly in front of that mezzanine room as the walking roof deck, we could have a railing set back from the facade. So that parapet, if you will, is not technically necessary to keep people from falling off the roof.
Right.
So we have a couple options there. We can lower the parapet, keep it solid, but maybe lower, not guardrail height as currently shown. Or we could open it and do a transparent type rail that we have throughout the fabric of the building at levels 2 and 3, so it's consistent. Or 4, as you're suggesting, a sloping parapet with a composite roof on it.
Or metal.
Yeah, or metal, yeah. So those are all things that I believe would go a long way towards addressing your concern about the overall sort of mass and bulk on that facade.
And that will help a lot. But I guess what I want to make sure everybody understands is that is not lowering the building by 3 feet. That's
correct.
actually lowering it
Right, it's lowering portions of the building by more than 3 feet at that facade. But what Tony's been explaining or trying to explain is that when we talk about overall height on a building, you pick the highest point, regardless of how often it occurs. In this particular building, the highest point happens to be at one point on the entire project. It's the sloping eave of the mezzanine roof at building A at the corner of Estelle.
Yeah.
That's the 54 feet. It only happens once. As you move to the left on building A, the grade actually gets higher. So that relative height to grade gets lower. So again, it's kind of semantics when you're talking about an overall height. But what we are saying is if we did lower the pitch of that roof or lowered the ceiling height of the mezzanine or some combination thereof, we would really be lowering the overall height of the entire building. So it's true we'd be lowering the height. I think in combination perhaps with that and maybe that parapet that we were just discussing, hopefully that would go a long way towards addressing your concerns about mass and bulk.
It will help, but to be honest, I was looking for lowering plate heights and doing that. So
Yeah, no, that's understood. I mean, because, and again, Tony's explained why we're not. And the other thing to consider too is, given that we have a thickened floor plate for the roof deck, portions of that third story are actually lower than 10 feet anyway. So if you go back to that A23 sheet, Tony, you can see that the section calls out for a 10-foot plate, but it's actually in the middle of the floor plate itself. So yeah, if you could zoom in maybe on the left side of that section on the plan 4. Yeah, keep zooming. A little more. You can see that the 10-1 is actually not the ceiling. So to say that we go for a 9-foot ceiling, we're already there at the third
that's
level.
a 9-foot ceiling. You're right.
Yeah. So again, and I think we would all agree, hopefully, that 8 feet is, not something we're doing these days.
No, that's okay.
That's more than suboptimal.
Yeah. And again, to reiterate, the reason we have 10 foot at the bottom, it's
the retail corners.
It's related to the retail corners and continuity of the building. We're bringing that floor plate across the whole building because the retail corner is tied into the plan that's above it and the plan that's next to it.
Hey, Anthony.
And that goes to cost.
Can I ask you a quick question? I mean, maybe it's a dumb question.
No dumb questions. Go ahead.
No, there are actually
Swisher.
questions. I got but why did you guys just maybe not consider just removing? I mean, what was the purpose of this whole mezzanine? Because to me, the building's a lot more attractive with that mezzanine just completely removed. And again, is it an office space? What was the thinking about this mezzanine?
Well, the mezzanine, I mean, first of all, it's a large landing, right, for the stair and the roof deck. And first of all, great question. The impetus and spirit was to get people to a roof deck. And when we had space up there, we thought it would be nice for people who wanted to enjoy a roof deck to have a little bit more than 2 steps and a slider. So we wanted to offer up a little space there. Roof decks are very popular, especially in climates like Larkspur. And if you don't have a backyard, like in these townhomes, we wanted to avail that outdoor space. And we thought that, and it was conferred by, or I would say confirmed by our marketing experts. And this is when we were trying to make this thing work. I can't stress how challenging it's still, I know it's 20 units and it's as tall as, this is a small project economically.
No, I get that. I'm just saying
it was number one, get up on the roof deck. Number 2, provide some space there so it's not a afterthought, and to hit our revenue projections. If we don't, it'll never happen.
Yeah, I was also going to say that through this process, we've mentioned that we did push the buildings back from Magnolia for a number of reasons, one of which was to create more room. That effectively squeezed the depth of the building. So we lost floor area as a result of increasing the setback from Magnolia.
Yeah, no, I see that. I just think that
the mezzanine helps offset that loss. and
Yeah,
provide
I think that a
another-
lot of the community kind of objection to it, I think they focus on that mezzanine, and that's the height, I think, that people are objecting to. And I understand why you did it from a financial standpoint. I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
you know, if you ever thought maybe of modification of design, and I understand that you don't have to. I think this is really a focal point of why people find this, you know, the bulk of it objectionable, is that mezzanine. You know, one person likened it to like you know, containers on top of the building.
Yeah,
And,
well, that looks kind of an aesthetic call on that
yeah,
regard.
yeah, no, I get it.
But I mean,
Okay,
part
that
of
was
it
just
too-
just curious.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks
thank
for
you
answering that.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, but as I think, you know, you know, those that are, you know, layering in the evolution of this and the conversation with city staff, which again, I commend them both, particularly Sean and Elise, they've been wonderful. The corner retail spaces had an impact. Moving the buildings back had an impact, and it begins to force things up. It's how we responded to things, and you know, it ended up in an area where we don't have 100% satisfaction, you know, to put it mildly, and we get it. But, you know, we're in a position now where we did a lot of things, and we were happy to do them. And we do think they add value. You know, this extra setback has value. The retail corners, hopefully, will succeed. And I think from an elevation standpoint, they have value to the streetscape. We have moved back that mezzanine, you know, in a day or two after receiving word that, you know, that would be helpful. So we're trying to accommodate this as much as we can. And now I think thank you, Adam, for making clear where we really are in terms of lid heights. We're kind of in a tight spot, and we're, you know, just asking you to allow us to do even more for your buy-in.
I've got a quick question, going back to the slide up at the top with the guy looking up at the building. I think you talked about in your presentation that the area closest to that existing parapet would be solar. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you know, let me show you this. So what we're looking at here in this section, and these both go with each other, hence the cloud convention. This is pushed back to the limit of this end of the building. And this is that mezzanine space that allows you to come up out the slider. So this would be the roof deck area, Commissioner Campbell, right here. This, you know, otherwise delineated rectangle, this would be the solar panel array area.
And I don't know if you know this at this point, is that angled? I'm just kind of trying to get at if we're removing that parapet or making it more transparent. Are the solar panels going to provide the same visual impact? You know, if they're angled at the street level, you know, back towards the building, would they be having the same visual impact as the parapet anyway, if that makes sense?
No, it does make perfect sense. I totally get what you're putting down. Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that there's two aspects to that. One is we're going to have to commission, you know, usually when we get to the working drawing stage, a solar expert. There's a lot of different ways to do solar on a building like this. It's possible they could even potentially put it on top of the roof of the plan for mezzanine. Or it could be a combination of that as well as what we were just describing, where the little cursor is right now in that area. A more transparent parapet or a solar panel that's on an angle that's on that parapet, perhaps. Those are all things we can look at. So to answer your question, we haven't really solved that yet. We had room behind the mezzanine previously identified for solar, which seemed like a good spot. Now that we've pushed it back at city request, we're kind of having to take the next step and look at that solar a little closer.
Yeah, sure.
There's solar tiles too, which is
yeah, there are.
How efficient they are, but
I don't know where this and Brock, I'm going to lean on you a little bit here as our resident architect to guide us a little bit. If we want to try and do an approval tonight, it sounds like if we put an approval in, it's not going to be exactly what the applicant is looking for. I think the easy things to add into the approvals would be the all-electric site, all gas plumbing is removed, you know, the native plants, and the new design that was presented tonight. I think those were the three kind of easy things. We do still have the floor plate that's in the existing conditions of approval. Brock, I mean, are you?
Yeah, I think if you added that, they would lower the visual top plate of the third floor 3 feet, 3 to 3.5 feet. That's basically whether they do it with a slope wall or hold the parapet back. It's gonna visually reduce bulk and mass on that front facade, which is what we were talking about looking at those sections.
Could I interject for a second? If you're able to, perhaps, I'm just throwing this out, if you're able to remove the condition about lowering plate heights, lid heights, but put in something about the overall 3-foot reduction or the parapets, you know, I could ask Tony and the team here if that would get us to the point where we would be okay.
Isn't that what he suggested in the first?
Well, no, I think I'm still hearing that the lid heights are still in there.
I think that's what I'm suggesting. Looking at, you do actually have a 9-foot plate on the third floor.
Okay, so if you just take that condition out about reducing lid heights, find other ways to reduce mass and bulk and height.
What about the ground floor? I know
And
at one
that's
point
like-
it was a 10-foot. Can
Yeah,
that
that's
be reduced to 9 foot too?
Well, that's related to the retail. The retail needs that 10-foot ceiling. And what we've done, if you look at the elevation, have created that consistency across the building. Yeah. So that white base is relative to the overall retail. And on the left side of building B, which is again kind of described as a mirror image of this building A,
Getting there.
yeah.
Brock, is that correct that you need a 10-foot?
Yeah, for retail, you really do.
Yeah.
But you could, I mean, I'm not trying, again, I don't want to design your project, but you could probably figure out a way that the end where the retail does have the 10-foot plate and the rest, the garages are 9 feet.
Well, I think it's more an issue then of just, you know, the financial analysis of the ceiling height.
Slam dunk, but it's a challenge for you.
I mean, architecturally, yes, that could be done, but it's more a financial issue, as Tony has explained, with the ceiling heights.
But actually that could take us a long way. So actually you're onto something there, Brock. So maybe you keep the retail as 10 feet. The floor plate on the ground floor is 9 feet. The floor plate on the next floor up is 9 feet.
That's 10 right now.
That's 10.
And-
You leave that at 10 for a foot. It doesn't make much difference, and then go back to 9 feet again.
Oh, then it goes back to 9 feet on the third floor.
Right.
Right. Can we do that then? So 9, 10, 9.
No, we can't do that. I wish I owned a framing company, and you were my marketing person. I would love that idea. That will cost a lot. That's pretty gymnastic from a framing standpoint. It's just a cost issue. That's all it is. I mean, if I were in design school, yes, absolutely. Let's do that pin up real quick. But it's just, you know, when you have to deal with math on the financial side, it's sometimes a real bummer.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any visibility into your financials. So we can't really agree or disagree with you. We're just kind of taking what you're saying at face value. So it's getting late here and I'd like to get to some kind of solution. I mean, we either go ahead and approve with what we're discussing, which I don't think the applicant is going to be best pleased with, but we could do that. And you can decide whether or not you want to appeal it, Or I think the other alternative that was suggested was we just deny the project and then you would just take it to city council. So do we have any suggestions on which route we want to take? And if we want to approve it, can we approve it with what we've discussed?
Well, if I can, he can attempt at summarizing though. I think you've got two conditions that are clear, all electric and landscape. You've got the condition to relocate the parapets according to the presentation made tonight. And then Commissioner Wagstaff, if you could re-articulate what you said about reducing the height at the third story. I guess the question is whether or not that would be combined with eliminating the existing condition for reduction of floor to ceiling plate height and substitute Commissioner Wagstaff's suggestion about reducing the third story height by 3 feet. And I'm just, if he can, if that would be a pathway forward, if the commission's agreeable to it, I'd need Commissioner Wagstaff to re-articulate to make sure we captured it correctly. But yeah, those seem like 4 conditions that there was some potential agreement about.
So what you're really doing on that front facade is not lowering the plate. You're basically taking away the parapet at the face of the building and running a roof back to a parapet 3 or 4 feet back. So in essence, that front line is 3 feet lower. It's not really lowering anything per se, it's just visually lowering it. And I think it would help. Still, they're big buildings.
So Sky, I think what we're suggesting is we either go with what Brock has just said and leave it as that, or we keep the reduced floor plate in as a condition of approval, be it 9 feet or 8 feet. I need a little clarity on that, understanding that there may be an appeal on that or not. I mean, they may decide to work with it. They may rerun the financials. But I guess what I'm looking for from my fellow commissioners is which of those, I think you're right, Sky, is that we have 3 very clear conditions. And I kind of have them written down here now, which is we're requiring the 4-story mezzanine to be pushed back on buildings A and B, and to pull back the 4-story roof decks as presented by the applicant tonight. All the units will be electric, removal of all gas plumbing, all plants to be native to the Bay Area. That's simple. And then now with Brock's suggestion, pushing back that top. But Brock, you need to guide me on that 4th one. And then
yeah, it's a little hard to word, but it's basically lowering the roof at the front plate and sloping a roof back to a railing, 3 feet back. It's just a visual thing. So that's probably how I would word it.
okay, and then we'll clarify that, and then we just need to decide as a commission, do we want to forego the reduction in the floor plates, or do we want to keep that in?
What you're talking about is 2 feet difference. If you
I think, sorry, keep interrupting.
That's it's going to be a big tall building, probably a foot. If you lowered I think the 10-foot plate at the bottom probably needs to stay, so you might gain another foot. It's just little bits and pieces. Really, to me, the mezzanines ought to go away, but that's probably not going to happen. So that's where we are.
So I'm looking for guidance from the rest of you. How do we want to move forward with this?
I think
Because-
that it makes no difference, Natasha, how we word it or whatever, because we literally have zero power to make any difference in this. So I would word it in the most logical and consistent way. That's all, and or the way that you want to word it, because again, it's like No Exit by Jean-Paul Sartre. It makes no difference.
Mhm. I guess it's a question of do we force them to relook at this and then appeal it, or do we just agree to what they want? So that's really, I think, the question.
I think from what we've heard from the applicant tonight, it sounds like, and from the city attorney, it sounds like if we include lowering the floor plates as is in the conditions right now, the applicant can come back or can appeal that to city council on the grounds of it doesn't make financial sense, and that appeal will be likely approved because that's the state law, is that they have the right to request that waiver. I think that our like we've been saying, our powers here are limited, and if the applicant is willing to make some changes to the design that would reduce the bulk and mass, it's like Brock was saying, it's still going to be a big building, but I think that moving the parapet, reducing the overall height would make it better, however slightly. I think it's likely that this project still gets appealed to city council. I think I would prefer to have it appealed to city council with these additional conditions and with the changes that we've discussed tonight. I think we should approve it with these conditions, get it in writing, and then have that version appealed to city council, likely, instead of the version that's before us tonight without any of the changes.
Thank you. So did somebody want to make a motion, or the text of hand up comment? Adam Gardner.
Your audio broke up.
Oh, I see the architect still has his hand up. I didn't know if he had another comment. No.
Sorry about that. I left it up, but I went on mute, so ignore me.
Okay.
Thank you.
So does somebody want to make a motion with the clear conditions?
I think I can do it.
Okay.
Okay, so I move that we approve. Whoa, man, what is it? I would move that we approve the application for 1113 to 1169 Magnolia Avenue, number 21-55, with the conditions that we've discussed tonight, including the plans as presented tonight to us, with the moved mezzanine level, all electric development, native landscaping used, Bay Area native landscaping used, reducing the top mezzanines, reducing the overall building height by 3 feet, and removing or making transparent the parapets at the 3rd floor and replacing them with a sloped roof, if I've got that correct. And then removing the condition of the reduced plate height that's in existing conditions. Did I get it all?
Yeah, and then wasn't there a pulling back the 4-story roof deck? That was in the presentation tonight.
And I'm not sure they're actually reducing the height by 3 feet. I think that the proposal was that the roof would start at the upper plate and slope back, which would visually lower it 3 feet. I don't think he was talking about, or maybe he was going to lower those mezzanines. I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so. I think your first supposition is correct, that it gives the impression of it being lowered by 3 feet by its visual.
Okay.
I don't know. I heard Mr. Craig say he would lower he would lower
That's
the building
what I
by
thought I
3
heard too.
feet. I heard that, and he would find a way to do it. So if we want to include that, and then they can figure it out.
Well,
still have
the
to-
motion's on the table.
Seconded.
And I'll just clarify that that's based on the revised resolution and including the conditions of approval that were distributed tonight. Or just prior to the meeting.
Correct, with the
As
circulation.
updated. Yeah. Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
Did we get a second?
Yeah, I seconded.
Right. Should we get a roll call for vote? Jackie, do you want to do that? I think.
I can call the roll.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair Swisher,
Aye.
Commissioner Campbell,
Aye.
Chair Chalmers,
Aye.
Commissioner Wagstaff,
Aye.
Commissioner Williamson.
Yes.
The record will show we have 5 votes yes, 0 votes no. With that, the motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much to everyone in the audience tonight. Let me just find my agenda. Business items. We need to approve the minutes of February. We haven't got those.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, we need to approve the minutes of February 14. Can we have a motion, please?
So I think those are the ones that you don't have. I think I didn't get you copies of it.
Oh, we don't have those.
Yeah.
They're not. Oh,
I don't think so.
oh,
They got
you're
in the
right. You're
packet.
right. Need to see
Yeah.
council minutes. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so we will address that in the next meeting in 2 weeks. Do we have any planning commissioners reports? I'm not going to wait too long for an answer, so no. In that case, if there's nothing else, I think we can have a motion to adjourn.
I'll move, we adjourn.
Seconded.
And we can all say, yeah, we don't need a roll call for that, I think. Right. Oh, yeah, you know what? Elise just reminded me that the applicant has 14 days to appeal. I think that's it, right? 10 days.
Sorry, it's late. 10 calendar days from today by filing an appeal with the city clerk along with the appeal form and the appeal fee.
Not just the applicant. but
Not the applicant or any interested party. in the
Any
public.
interested party.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. And I think in that case, the meeting is over. Thank you very much to everyone who stayed so late tonight. That's probably our latest one we've had in my experience. So I appreciate everyone's time. And I just want to remind everyone in the audience again that everyone on the commission is a volunteer and they're doing this. They all have day jobs and we're doing this in our free time. So I really do appreciate everyone who serves on the planning commission and the time they put towards this. They really do care about the community.
Right.
Thank you.
Hey, Natasha.
Thanks, Natasha.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you
Good
all.
night.
Can I ask one really quick question? I'm so sorry. We're
Go
in
ahead,
person
Mike.
next time, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
March 14th,
cool.
but it should be a relatively short meeting, I hope.
At least if we made all our meetings this long, could we just have like 2 or 3 a
2
year?
a year.
Just kidding.
All right. Good night, everybody.
See y'all later, everybody. Take care.